Welcome to the Open Mic Show. Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So yeah, I guess Van, you were saying.
Dr. Terry Douglas. Very interesting person.
Do tell.
Dr. Terry Douglas is a science communicator. Him. His friends call him Dr. T. And Dr. T loves cooking during lockdowns. And his cats, which is pretty cool because I got cats too. And Dr. Terry, or Dr. T, as his friends call him, has a PhD in New Zealand. Now, Dr. Terry has some interesting opinions. And if we could share one of those opinions and his fears with his PhD.
Put the Twitter thing off, Miser.
Yeah, it's up. Can you see on my screen right there? Should be right in the middle of. I'm sharing the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, I think I can see it. Can you see it?
Oh, you did the you're doing this live stream. Yeah. So you don't got nothing. Oh, here you are. Yeah. There needs to be publicly accessible unvaccinated register, which you can search by location. The current system is simply not safe. You're doing this live stream.
That's some of the other things that he is recommending, yeah. As a public registry of unvaccinated people that can be which can
Sounds
be
like
viewed
dog tax.
locally. I think he means like, should it be in the form like of a Jewish star, or perhaps, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how he sort of plans to implement this.
But yeah, basically, he's talking about a registry for unvaccinated people. Was that the case?
Pretty much, it's drifting off in that fashion.
Yeah, but that's just like anything else. You can just buy one of those. It's kind of like if somebody wants you to volunteer to participate in some sort of a drug test, or they want to test some person that you're, well, then, I want my person, he's going to get his urine from, we like to buy ours at puremonkeybusiness.com. I mean, there's somebody now, well, there's already been people in this country already arrested for it, and they got time. They're selling,
Fake passes.
fake vaccine passports for $100.
Yeah,
So
I saw that.
No, I don't want one, but I mean, if you could give $100 donation and it could save you some trouble, I mean, that's almost a better deal than your local driver's license. Keep you away from getting in trouble with those clowns in the costumes. They pull you over, they got the checkered shit on their shit, and they say, well, it's not, well, it is Halloween coming up. Yeah, we're out just trying to get donations, I mean, if you just give us 250 pounds, we'll go away. Give us 125 pounds, we'll go away mad, but we will go away. But if you don't give us nothing, then we're going to have to just tear it out of your ass.
Why is anybody even that concerned with the unvaccinated? I mean, aren't they all going to just kill each other off anyway?
And most of them are going to be dead within 24 months.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here going, why do we even need a registration for for the unvaccinated? We already have a registration for the vaccinated.
Because they
You
want to
have to have
terrorize you
vaccines
before
to
they die.
travel. It just seems pointless.
Well, Terry feels unsafe, you see. And to make Terry feel safe, he feels that this is one of the ways that he would feel safer with his PhD, because, it makes a lot of sense to Terry. Sorry, Dr. T.
Yeah, but why? How is it keeping him safe though? If he's vaccinated, he's not going to get it from the other idiots. The other
Now,
idiots are just going to give it to themselves.
now you're just going in there and throwing logic into it, and you're going to ruin all of Terry's argument and point with logic, and well, you're going to end up hurting Terry's feelings. Sorry, Dr. T. Because see,
I
Terry
don't want
obviously
to do
hasn't.
that.
Well, Terry obviously hasn't thought this through much. He's sharing his feelings that unvaccinated people give him fear.
I don't know. I'm not afraid of the unvaccinated. It's survival of the fittest at this point. They're just going to kill each other off.
I
How could you be
I
afraid of the unvaccinated?
well, you see, because he's vaccinated, right, and he's
Well,
immune.
then, well, if he's vaccinated, and then he should be okay. It doesn't matter about nobody else. I mean, come on, what are you talking about?
This is what Dr. T with his PhD
PhD
is
or PhD?
PhD. He has a
PhD,
PhD. Yes,
as in
yes.
D.
This is Dr. Terry. All right. This man is a doctor, all right? Trust the science here.
Yeah, but
Okay?
doctor of what? He could be just, I mean, he could be a doctor of philosophy. That's got
Now
nothing to do
why
with science.
now why is that important, Betty? Now come on, don't go complicating things with facts.
Because if he's a doctor, and he might be an expert.
Yeah, and he's not obviously can't be an
Because
MD if
did you
he's
see
worried
that
about
video that somebody
unvaccinated.
posted? That doctor, what's his name? He's an expert. He goes and gives legal testimony, and when he goes to the court, what he says, the judge asks him questions, says, "Yep, this one guy, what he said, that's right." And he's not even a doctor anymore. Well, he is a doctor, but he doesn't, he doesn't spend his life being a doctor. He spends his life in court. Who posted that video? Somebody posted that video. It was a good interview. I watched it, and then
Somebody
I think
wrote
he's from
kids
South
spread
Africa.
it. Well, I guess, Nikki Stone, kids could spread it, but as we've been told, so could the vaccinated, so
The
can the
kids could spread what?
unvaccinated.
ED?
I'm assuming Nikki means by just this kid spread it, that I'm assuming COVID seems to be that's the most popular thing at the moment.
Or their legs, or
Um,
if they're at the Pope's.
well, are the kids actually at risk of COVID? Is an interesting question.
And
What
we
is
know
the
that's
actual
true.
Well,
what
they're
is the
more at risk
actual risk?
from the cure than the
And
thing,
then let's
because
have a
the
look.
natural
Yeah,
immunity is
let's
probably the way to
correlate
go.
that. Let's correlate that exactly as you just said with the vaccine. Now, what's the risk of the vaccine compared to the risk of the flu? Hmm. And then could that data then extrapolate across the board through all of the age groups? All of those people with having sudden heart attacks, and that just being put to, I don't know, old age, heart condition, or anything but the vaccine. Because that's ludicrous. That's crazy talk.
Hey, yo.
Hey,
I don't know. I never
Was-
thought children should be back in such close proximity with each other after all of this because they can't be vaccinated. And I don't think they should be vaccinated for this. There's a fear that this is just worse for kids than the disease, but the disease is just as bad. It's like almost easier to,
statistically, kids' immune systems are pretty robust to begin with. They have the lowest chance of dying from COVID out of any age group. And once they do contract it, because they don't die and their immune system is robust, they actually, through the natural immunity of being in contact with it, are then immune to all of the other strains in one go with lifelong immunity, not something that requires a booster every 6 months that's attached to a passport that you can only get if you get a booster. Or you can't get the booster unless you got a passport. How can you get a passport if you don't have a booster?
So do you get a passport for natural immunity too? How do you prove that?
Because see, that's crazy talk again. If you're going to make sense, we're going to kick you out of this chat.
Well, it's not crazy talk, actually, because you can prove whether or not you've had COVID. It's like chickenpox at this point. I mean, at least what you're talking about, it would be like chickenpox. If you've had it, then you've got immunity, if there was such a thing.
Lifelong. And there is.
Yeah. I don't know. I had it, and I'm still getting vaccinated. So,
Yeah. I was intrigued by the doctor you brought up. Was it Dr. T? Never heard of him, and I'm from New Zealand, so.
Well, this is the thing. I would listen to Dr. Sam Bailey from New Zealand any day before I'd listen to Dr. T.
Oh yeah.
But Dr. Sam Bailey isn't on Twitter.
No, Dr. I always have problems saying her name. The sexy one, Susie. Dr. Susie is usually a good read on Twitter from New Zealand. She does a lot of those posts on spinoff.co.nz. A lot of those animated GIFs and explainers that circulate around the internet.
Just out of curiosity, what's her stance on the vaccine and COVID and just in general sort of overview?
She's, as far as I know, had the vaccine, but I think, like many, she's not wanting to force other people to get it, which is, I suppose, a key. There's a lot of this whole, you've got to get it. You've got to get it. But I think we've got to respect other people's choices and not be the person that says, you're not allowed anywhere near me because you refused.
Or you can't come in here, or you can't do your shopping, or we refuse to give you medical treatment, or any of those weird things that may possibly pop up somewhere, depending on who you're dealing with.
And even now, you've seen people that have got valid exemptions from wearing masks or getting vaccinated or whatever. They've got medical.
Yeah, it's interesting ground that they've created.
So since we're people's personal medical files, a matter of public record, in order for them to establish any type of registry of vaccinated or unvaccinated, would that not go against the whole patient-doctor confidentiality thing?
Well, it's more like,
no, because you're giving your information.
Yeah,
It isn't. You're giving your information.
In New Zealand, a while back, we came up with this thing called Real Me, which is sort of a government service that you can connect to other government services to prove or attest things like your identity or your status, or I am essentially it's a decentralized or decoupled truth thing where something can say, hey, are you over 18, and you can log in and to your profile and attest that, which issues essentially a one-time token that attests that to the other website. So I think in the same realm, you can have a proven attestation to something being true that is not necessarily your medical record, but it needs to be obviously supported. You need something that has access to your medical record that the other thing trusts. And that's often that's pretty much where government and health services come in. If I can get my doctor to attest a yes to this question, and I can take that yes and present it to someone else, then I win, and no one needs to see my medical records.
So just the piece that you say I should have to show from my medical records. Who is anybody to ask me anything about my medical conditions?
Except for they're not, with the vaccine passports, we've had them for years. It's not like this is something new. This is something that's been around for years. And all they're asking for is that you have your vaccinations. You still have to get vaccinated to travel to certain countries. This is not a new idea.
You still got to tick that box, in signing up for school or going to various things that where it matters. And I suppose whether you're talking about private health records, but for the most part, this is public health records. Unfortunately, this is in New Zealand. It's a public health mandate, which essentially forces your private medical status to be available to the public health services that require to see it.
So yes, another right.
It is in the United States too. It was never taken. It was never given in the first place.
My passport doesn't have any of that.
Your passport doesn't have it on it. You used to have a yellow card that had all the vaccination information on it that you had to keep with your passport. It was a separate card, but guess what? All your vaccinations are part of public health records. You can go to your public health department and get vaccination records for anyone.
Not for those that do not comply.
You can't get mine because I don't got any.
Yeah, I never agreed to any of that.
And if you can't provide that sort of information, then they usually ask you to fill that in on the spot.
Yeah, we got a record. He got none.
Yeah. The way it works here is if you obviously can't provide some sort of official record, then you have to make a declaration under the Statute Oaths and Declarations Act, essentially attest to the dates and times and facts, which then is used as a ongoing thing from there. But obviously, if you say no, there's no real reason. They need a really good, solid foundation and reason before they can bar you access to services because you're not vaccinated.
So something simple to the effect of, I hereby attest I do not agree to this. And that's that.
In essence, when you go to a restaurant and they ask you for your vaccination status, what's to stop you from asking
them what kind of butt plug are you using tonight?
Well, asking them, can I get
your vaccine information?
Can I get a recent toxicology and a recent STD test from everybody employed, from
it's the
kitchen staff
food
to the cooks?
Health certification these days.
Yeah.
Okay,
I want to make sure.
Making that a reciprocal
are not. Thing. Yeah, but STDs aren't passed by air. You're talking about bloodborne things as opposed to airborne things. It's
true, but they are handling your food, your drinks, your.
Oh yeah. Which is why they're all supposed to be masked?
I know
and vaccinated.
There are a number of what they call notifiable diseases in our health regime, which are, if you've got like Campylobacter or something like that, they are notifiable diseases that, if you have it, you are obliged to inform people, and there is legislation around that, if you're doing something and you have this, then you can't prepare food and whatever else. So there are a few bits of legislation around that. I haven't read essentially where COVID fits into this and whether COVID is a notifiable disease or fits into that sort of legislative framework here, but I imagine that's probably what they'd do, turn it into a legal framework that requires it to be notified or shared in some way, and some restrictions on what you can do with or without it.
Oh, I think that's next. I think that's next, to be honest, is the legislation, because it's like we do have legislation for other diseases, you're right, but we don't have legislation for this yet.
If I can even, I just thought about it.
Yeah, well, it comes down to whether or not you can enforce that sign on the door.
Like abuse. Does warranty cover abuse? I didn't think about that because the PFD, I don't know if warranty covers abuse. Dropping and shit missing out of it. I think it's normally for like, I don't know. I gotta figure that out. It really kind of has me.
They've done it before, though, haven't you? Like, you have a broken part or broken PFD, and then
Greetings, Muddy Bird.
You have the PFD is broken, and then you have them get the warranty immediately.
Oh yeah, I've done that, but it's broken for something electronic.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a little different.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Greetings, Muddy Bird.
It literally said.
Thank you.
You can take down the tweets now, Nicer.
I think the interesting thing about this whole thing that we sort of a little bit overlooked is, one, the mandating of a vaccine against people's will. And secondly, this is unlike any vaccine that's ever been out before. Two sort of major key points. All of this other law changes and restrictions and all of that are built off of these 2 points that are in question themselves. And there's a lot more to question as well. But yeah, it's all very much tied together, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, it has been interesting to watch the evolution of seeing the challenges that have come to various things. Do I have to wear a mask? And the legislation has been essentially saying, well, no, we can't force you to. Or do I have to give up my contact information, who I've seen and where I've been to? It's interesting to see the evolution of that. In my local jurisdiction recently, we had a case where a woman, conceivably gang affiliated, travelled without a travel exemption and had COVID, and obviously refused to disclose where she'd been, who she'd seen. If they can try and figure it out, but it's a lot easier when they cooperate. And whether or not they actually have the ability to force this out of it. There was interesting discussion amongst politicians about, some of the sort of right-wing ones about we don't do torture in this country, do we? And I was like, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you don't have the legislation or the legal requirement to
Oh, Moneybird made it.
Yes.
It's put me on mute. Oh no, there we go.
Hey, sorry for the talking earlier. I think I forgot that I was on mute and I had people coming to my office.
That's all right.
So yeah, this fad of just go ahead and give up a little bit of your rights so I feel safer. At what point does it stop?
It does not.
No, it doesn't. They'll push your implicit consent to the point where you eventually realize that you've given too much.
Just
The
need bigger
prophetic
lot
words
size.
of Benjamin Franklin. If you are willing to surrender your liberty for a false sense of security, you are neither worthy of liberty nor life.
Yeah.
He also laid out pretty boldly what the difference between a democracy and a republic was. He said a democracy is sheep without guns, and a republic is sheep with guns.
Yeah, I'm not sure which we should be more afraid of.
Oh, I would fear the government more than I
Fear
would
the
fear
sheep
my
with the
fellow men.
guns. The sheep with the guns. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, sheep with guns does sound like a recipe for disaster.
A group of people easily led, well armed.
Sheep with the guns are riding on them. They got them guns in their ass. They're in trouble if they go off.
I don't know how right you are about that, because the Taliban fucking used to kick our ass in Afghanistan.
Who? Kicked our ass who? Fucking Taliban. When? They didn't even kick our ass. When?
Used to. We just got kicked out of there.
Indeed.
Speak for yourself. I come from a small sovereign nation in the lower, yeah.
But not Lower Alabama.
I think we're still getting out of
that
there.
way in Lower
I think
Alabama.
we flew another 11 people out of there the other day.
Not a topic I want to talk about.
All good. Was doing a bit of a setup this morning for a group here who's trying to launch a bit of a interesting sort of ice bucket challenge-esque type thing, talking about truth and peace. It's an interesting thing that sort of digs deep into what people feel about truth and peace and war and justice. Very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with it in the next few days.
Do you know who Smedley Butler was?
Not directly offhand.
Oh, he wrote a book.
Smedley.
He was like
General Smedley Butler.
He was a colonel, actually.
Colonel.
And he wrote a book, and the name of his
Moneybird Colonel.
His book was "Every War is a Banker's War."
Oh yeah, all the wars of the bankers were. They finance both sides.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, trust the science is what the Third Reich said as well.
Yep. The war is not to see justice done. It's to make money for the various factions that need the war to
war for a real
funnel their money
reason.
back into their pockets. When was the last time we had one of those?
Do you know what General Patton once said? He said, we fought a war against the wrong enemy.
Yep, I can see that.
Have you ever?
The enemy is not a ghost in a cave.
Have you ever
No
heard
matter
of
what Harry Bush says,
Congress
or
War
George.
Plan Code Red?
What? Wait. When did Patton say we fought a war against the wrong enemy? Well, we shouldn't have fought Germany or Hitler? I'm sorry. I just heard that one. That didn't make sense.
Well, he said that.
It was probably during the peace talks with the Taliban.
What would you say
Well,
if I
Patton
told
was
you that
during
the
World War
wealthy
II.
industrialists in the West were
Correct.
actually funding Hitler into power?
Who funded him into power?
Switzerland.
Wealthy industrialists in the West, in the US, and some in
Nazis,
England,
the U.S. Nazis, the Harry Bushes.
and
The
others.
U.S. was the U.S. kind
Ford
of like kept out of that for a while there
and
until
Henry
No,
Ford.
Switzerland financed both the Nazis and the communists at the same time.
Yeah,
That
and
reminds
did
me
you see how they're getting on the
that movie
trades?
Lord of War. He says, "Hey, did you ever think I want both of them to lose?"
Have you seen that Swiss franc, Moneybird?
That
That Swiss
what
franc.
about
I
it?
mean, I got a notice from one broker. They were saying that the SNB was getting all hairy and keeping their ass and all kinds of shit, and they wanted their money back, and they weren't going to pay, and something else, and be careful, crazy volatility.
The Swiss franc is backed 30% by gold.
Bullshit. 30%.
Yes.
I got a 10-inch stick. It's really only 3 inches though, but I mean,
Oh man, let's see what
that's
is
a
the
big
franc
difference
doing,
there, isn't
man.
it? I mean, 10
I
inches,
mean
3 inches. I mean, 30%. I mean, that's right. Isn't that 3 inches is 30% of 10?
Man, if the Swiss franc was backed by that much fucking gold, it would be a lot. I mean, that would be one of the strongest currencies, which it's not. So I'm not buying that one.
Well, that's what the bankers are saying, but
What bankers? The central bankers
the
at what
Swiss
bank?
bankers.
There's
a lot of
the
banks
Swiss
in
National
Switzerland.
Bank. You know what? If you've got a pension, I hope it's not in Swiss franc, because every year you pay into the pension, you don't even get as much as you put in. So you put in we put in like
There we go.
10,000. Oh yeah, you're going to get like
This-
8,000 back. Don't worry.
Says the Swiss franc is not backed by gold. The Swiss National Bank can print any amount of currency without any need for a reserve. Effectively,
Yeah,
it is a
fucking
form of
right they
quantitative
can.
easing.
Yeah, they can.
They straight up say it
And
is not.
listen, not
there's
only
nothing
that,
gold there.
not only that, they get in the fucking trade. And if those motherfuckers on the other side of your trade, man, you're in the wrong trade.
Says
Because if you're long and they're short, man, they're going to fry your
Yeah.
ass. You better be ready to get like in deep.
and actually, I think the Swiss National Bank they said currently the massive overvaluation of the Swiss franc poses a threat to the Swiss economy and carries
That's
the risk
right,
of
and they're
deflation
selling that
rate
shit as fast as they can.
So yeah, I mean the National Bank is basically saying that I mean it's overvalued and it's going to fucking
It's
crash. eventually.
overvalued, and we're selling the shit out of it. And if you're stupid, if you're buying it,
It's kind of like the U.S.
oh,
dollar.
we're
The
selling
U.S.
it.
dollar.
We're using it for our funding.
The only reason why the U.S. dollar is so strong is because it's the world's reserve currency. Other than that, it fucking isn't worth shit. I mean,
No, it
if
isn't
all of
worth
a
shit. The
sudden,
only reason it's so strong is because there's a bunch of
it's-
stupid people that are
It's worth so
buying that
much money
shit.
is because
Yeah,
if you want to make
if
a
all of a sudden
transaction
tomorrow
for oil,
everybody said
it
we
has to
don't
be
want the
paid in
fucking U.S. dollar,
because of the
the
Saudis.
U.S. economy would crash. The U.S. economy would crash tomorrow.
We'll wipe our
if
ass with
China
them
said, We want
dollars.
all our fucking money back.
We're gonna wipe our ass with those dollars.
Very much.
But we can't use them anymore. We gotta flush them. We can't use them more than once. I mean, oh no. I'm selling dollars. Anybody need any dollars? Send me a direct message. I got them.
Hey, it depends on the price.
Man, I'm trying to get rid of this shit. At least the price is higher than toilet paper.
So your show is on Facebook, according to Ben?
I'm not on Facebook.
That's what he
Think
said
so.
to me.
This is. Yeah. If you go to Public Access Anonymous Facebook, it should be a live stream there, or was earlier.
Yeah, we are streaming to multiple pages,
Oh
actually.
yeah, I'm banned on Facebook, so I can't tell you about that. But
You can't tell us
We're on-
Is
why
it
you're
going to be any
banned,
sort of
or you
open
can't tell us
platforms?
I
that
mean, I
you're
got a
banned.
backup account, but I mean, Facebook is like, I mean, it's like that's like the it's like homosexual marketing central. I mean, that's like gay dog sex, anal goat sex. I mean,
Hey, you may
what
not
are you
be into
marketing on
that stuff.
Facebook? Huh?
You may not be into that stuff, but there are some people, you know, that get into that. Don't be
but I
hating.
mean, I'm not paying for click. I'm not paying per click for that shit.
Look, you don't have to pay for it or join in. It just, you know, don't go
No, I
hating.
mean, you got to pay per click if you're trying to get for reach. Help them out there, Thor. I mean, you know, we're trying to get reach, and it ain't on, anal goat sex. I mean, those ain't the fucking keywords we're targeting.
The whole point about streaming to Facebook is it has a shit ton of people. It has 2.89 billion active users. That's 2.89 billion.
And about 1 billion of those are fucking spam accounts, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And the other
but
half
if you get a
are
like from them,
retards.
then it's all good.
Well, it would still be the biggest. It would still be the biggest. Please don't cut each other off.
They still fuck with people.
Yeah. Let's talk one at a time, please, just for order's sake. But yeah, 1.89 billion. Then it's still the biggest thing ever on the planet.
Yeah, certainly you get a fair bit of bang for your buck when you're pushing out there, but you know, the algorithms are never going to put you up the top.
Never say never.
Oh yeah, totally. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying never, but it's a hard road.
What was the topic today again? I'm sorry.
I usually don't read the topic.
The topic was Ford funding Nazis.
Forward
This
funding
show doesn't
Nazis.
have
This
a
is the first
topic.
I heard of this.
Ford funded Nazis?
Just
The Soviet Union out a lot too. So
really need to get
as soon as you say Nazi,
Trying to
you get
defeat
me
one at a
excited.
time, please.
I mean,
One at a time, or else I'll have to start muting people, and that'll be boring. No, there's no topic. There's an open mic, so just have at it.
you're gonna have to start muting people. I'm gonna have to start sticking 10,000 gigabits in your ass.
Well,
Love it when
you'll
you talk
try.
dirty.
Only a few of us can
I
listen.
love it
while
when he
talking.
gets queer like that. He talks about muting people.
No, but yeah, the most of the trucks that Hitler was roaming around Germany with and through Europe, if you were to pop the hood, you'd notice a rebranded Ford engine in there.
Man, that's pretty crazy because the United States funded Ford, and then like we were spending a shitload of money to fucking Ford to fight the Nazis, and then right around what Ford then funds the Nazis. It's a fucking circle to get them going.
Actually, beforehand, funded to help get Hitler into power. See, Germany was becoming a threat on the international market. It was in Europe. It was like the epicenter of engineering, of commerce, of science, of art, industry. It was just like the epicenter for intellectuals, basically. And if left unattended, like, you know, to its own devices, would threaten the English dominance on the market. So the plan was hatched up to fund somebody who was crazy enough to get power and then expand, basically, military expansionist sort of thing, which he could then go in and basically destroy Germany, make sure that it doesn't become a threat in the future on the international market. But yeah, they also, many Western companies benefited from the work camps in the concentration camps and so on and so forth. It's an interesting history that's not in mainstream. There was a fuel additive that was needed for the aircraft that I think, if memory serves me correctly, was made by DuPont. That if the Germans didn't get it, would have grounded their aircraft. But yeah, they found a way, with help through Switzerland, to get this fuel additive to the Germans.
No sense putting a filter on me.
So, at what point do we stop giving up just a little bit of our rights for whatever imagined cause is presented in the public media?
Well, there's only one public media, and it's like 7 corporations, just like there are 7 kings of Switzerland, or presidents, I mean. There's one king of Switzerland. Yeah, they rule underneath a king that lives in Germany. They have 7 presidents? Yes, they do. Look it up. I'm not bullshitting you about it.
How do they decide who does what?
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with how they do law in Switzerland, but I know that's where the idea of having police officers in the first place comes from. They have like a shrine to commemorate that. It's called Octagon, Switzerland.
You see, like Rome, they had 2 consuls, top of their government, but one was in charge of domestic, one was in charge of outside of the country. That was their system, which kind of made sense. But 7 presidents, that's just wild.
And it's a tiny country too. It's just like a rocky crag in between all these mountains.
Which honestly, like I think how the Romans did it, how they had one for outside of the country, that one that ruled outside and one that ruled inside for I think
they
that's
require
kind of
you to own a gun in Switzerland, but they don't give you any bullets for the gun. You see,
they don't give you bullets. What are you gonna do with the gun?
Somebody over the head, dude.
At least once a month, by the way. So they're very firearm able over there. So, like, in case anyone ever should choose to invade, I don't know why anyone would invade. It's the Templar Kingdom.
Invade where?
Switzerland.
Invaded for what? Some alien? I mean, invaded to what? Steal their gold? Take their gay dogs? I mean, yeah, we got like 300 homosexual dogs have been fucking kidnapped.
Oh, mate.
Funny.
Get ready to fry that Swiss National Bank. I mean, that motherfucker.
Now, all I gotta say is the second the government takes away my fucking booze, that's when I might have it.
Your booze or your
Yeah.
bullets?
My booze. They try to
You
take
may
away
lose,
my
shot,
fucking
bro.
booze. They're going to get a bullet up their fucking ass.
That was one of the
If they
You
suggestions
get
took
like
the weed,
34
maybe.
bullets.
promoting vaccination was, say you can't buy booze without a vaccination passport.
I so
That would really
if they made that law, you know how many liquor stores would be at fucking gunpoint? It doesn't matter how many guns they have beside the registers, man. We have more guns in the U.S. to take them down.
You got so many
yeah,
bullets, man.
but if
We've
it's-
been collecting bullets for like 29 years.
if it's not the liquor store that's, hey, I don't make the rules, bro. It's just the rules.
You can stick them rules
It's
in
not
your
their
ass.
problem.
Don't take the
We got
weed.
the bullets. You
Don't
can stick
take
them
the
rules
weed.
in your ass.
I don't know who said I'll take the weed, but you're a smart individual.
Don't take the weed. Just don't take the weed.
Where is my shit, man? Oh, what the fuck?
I would not.
No,
do
but
that.
like
It's in the drawer,
alcohol
man. You
is
guys
far
like
more
freaked me out.
destructive for your brain than weed could ever be.
Yeah, please.
And I got the I don't even know
last
anymore.
time they tried to take our fucking liquor and beer inside of the fucking United States, that's when the fucking mob was born. So, I mean,
That's not true
I
at
mean,
all.
do they really want to see what happens next time?
Not true. Yeah, that's really not true. It's really not true. The mob existed before prohibition.
Well, but they definitely got
Prohibition.
The second
They just
the white showed up,
exactly.
there was a
No,
mafia.
you're partially correct, but you're also incorrect. Alcohol is how they got massive funding and how they were
Yeah.
able to really, rise up and not just be a little street gang. So you're
Yeah.
partially right. They were just protecting people here and there. But whenever prohibition happened, now they had a massive business up to to make millions of fucking dollars, literally millions in the fucking
Oh, yeah.
20s and 30s. I mean, that was a lot of money there.
Oh,
So that
yeah,
was more than
Prohibition
just
was
going to
great.
the little neighborhood Olive Garden.
Prohibition was
or,
great for the mob and for Jews because you know why?
It
They were all the
allows a little
hitmen.
man to
You
raise
should
up.
be talking about
They were
our
all the
Jewish
hitmen.
brokers now. 'Cause,
I
mean,
am
you
Jewish.
know,
I'm going to talk about them. I am Jewish. I'm
Not
going to
all
talk
of
about
them. Not all of them are
Well,
hitmen.
No, my grandfather and my father still have a patent for a speakeasy bar. They still hold a patent on a speakeasy bar.
There you go.
speakeasy bar.
Yeah, my father's
It's like where you
96.
get a drink bar, or you're. What
You
kind
know,
of bar
that's
are you
like
No, it's
play games
actually
and you
a
drink.
How the
full.
hell do you
No,
have
no,
a
no.
patent on that?
It's
How the hell do you patent that?
Well, my father and my grandfather were architects and designers for restaurants, bars, hotels. And the bar itself was actually built into a mantle. All the fitting, all the pipe work, everything. So all you had to do was close the mantle. So if anybody broke into the speakeasy, there was no bar.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yep.
Can you build me one of those? Man,
Can I
I could
license
hide
that?
from my wife so easily.
We don't build mantles like that anymore. Though, you know what I mean? Like that big, that wide. You know, in the
Yeah.
40s,
Pretty
people were still using, fires for heat and cooking and things. So, fireplace
rocket stove?
did a lot more. There were the woodwork around them was a lot bigger. But yeah, they literally he designed a.
What happened to
a
Thor?
mantle.
Did he get hit in the head?
We lost Thor.
I don't know. I mean,
Oh, well, he
Falls asleep
hasn't
already.
complained about us talking over each other, so
he hasn't
maybe he's
said
not
anything.
listening.
So he must. I mean, did somebody hit him in the head? Did he fall asleep? I mean,
It's hard to stay awake for this long, eh?
it's late. It's late in the Northern Lights.
Yeah, down here in the southern hemisphere, it's
Late
still
for me.
mid morning.
I mean, 6:00 p.m. Man, that's like bedtime.
It's 7 here.
I'm working currently, sharing this out to people and stuff like that.
Oh, you're
But-
working like on the railroad.
I can't be here to hold your hand all day. You have to grow up and
I just have to
take
pretend that you're holding my hand.
So what can you hold?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
But yeah,
well, at least you're working. At least you're working. But you need to get a new laptop so that you can work more effectively.
I know. Tell me about it.
Hey, I'll have one too if you're offering.
Well, he was like chasing in the jungle with some girls in the alligator, Florida Keys or something. They got him, on the run and tied him up to the thing in the back. And I mean, it was a whole thing. Took his
It's good to have a
laptop.
hobby.
Yeah, took his laptop. I mean, tried to get in his ass. I mean, these girls were rough.
Totally.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They took advantage of him anyways, I mean, it's his own fault, When you come to the States, man, you know what? You got to watch out for those fat girls, man. They'll get you. What could he do?
Yeah, that's why I stay off the East Coast. Man, you got like fat girls all up and down the East Coast.
I mean,
It's
what
better
could
on the
he
West.
do? They just, they just overrode him. I mean, it's like, if you weigh 137 pounds and a 300-pound pig comes up on you, I mean, what are you going to do? He's just going to drag you.
What are you fucking talking about? My shit was stolen when I stashed.
Oh, and you stashed it in the woods, man. We already heard this story. You don't have to say it was stolen. You didn't know you were under surveillance, but you should know you're always under surveillance. Especially if you come in the United States.
With some crackheads who stole it, obviously. And I was in the jungle. I was in Tampa Bay. Awful little
Tampa Bay is
place,
not
by
a
the
jungle.
way.
Tampa Bay is like a major metropolitan. I mean, this ain't like Oslo.
And you're not safe to drive, so to speak. So we'll take everything with a pinch of salt. But
I'm
yeah,
not driving anywhere. I'm fucking like sitting in the house getting ready to go to bed. Like it's like 6 o'clock.
yeah, that's past your bedtime. I know.
I know my bedtime was like 8 minutes ago. But on the weekend, I try to stay up late.
Your mom is gonna be mad at you now.
I didn't call her, so yeah, but she'll be all right, I think.
But yeah, I have to go back to some work, so I'll be on in a bit.
All good.
Say hi to your mom for me.
If I could call my mom and put her on, oh man.
Put me back in my place.
My mom, you would just be like, wow. Wow, she trades stocks too, huh?
It's a life and a lifestyle that doesn't leave much room for anything else.
Yeah, Van Man, the other one would be the wife's mom. Because she had 14 children. 14 children. I mean, wow.
A lot of children.
Well, I mean, I only had like maybe 6.
If you managed to get to that level of achievement, then yeah, good on you. Let's hope they all turn out.
I mean,
all right.
like 4, 5, or 6 for sure, but I mean, not 14. I mean, you can't count me for 14. I mean, there's no way I can claim 14.
Do you want me to come up here with you?
I mean.
You push me.
Yeah, if you think about it, like one every 2 years, then that's some serious commitment to kid raising. We only managed to get about 20 years out of my mum.
Yeah, I should call mine and see what she's doing. It's like 6 o'clock. See,
Yeah.
let me call her. This
It's like
could be
4
fun.
o'clock here, man. I gotta like go to the bar here in an hour.
It's like
Horrible.
6 p.m. 6 p.m. ain't it?
I mean, fuck. You're at home?
What am I doing on this? Hey, man,
I'm at 6:11 p.m. and I'm home.
Where am I? Who are you people?
I'm gonna go smoke a bowl.
You don't need to go. You could just smoke the bowl right here.
And in 8 minutes, it's 4:20 on the West Coast. So
I
mean,
got these.
celebrate.
I forgot what they
He
are.
He
China
likes to
mints.
smoke his bowl in private.
There's no need to smoke in private.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't smoke marijuana around my children.
You know,
That's
I don't
very
smoke
smart.
anymore,
Should
but
you?
I did like dude, people still do like 8-10 foot bongs. I mean, I remember back in the 90s when I used to smoke, man, it was
Really?
like
Yes, people do that. But if I
yeah,
were rich,
like
I'd be
a-
like Snoop Dogg. I'd fucking hire that dude to follow me around with a weed smoking leaf blower and fucking just hose me with the shit.
Oh no!
yeah, like my wife still smokes, but she just does it out of little fucking pipes and fucking joints. I mean, I never see her come home with like a fucking blunt. They don't have blunt pre-rolls and man and
Yeah, they do.
like
Just give her like a huge bong and then just put in load the one hitters.
See, that's what we used to do when I was a kid, man. First we'd smoke the fucking
Hookahs, man,
blunt,
hookahs. You know what
and
a
then
hookah is,
we
right?
take the blunt
Yeah.
roaches and we throw them in the fucking bong.
Hookah is like the smoothest way to smoke weed. It's more smooth than a bong is.
Oh, I didn't know what.
But I think bong was more fun smoking. I mean, because like I said, you gotta lead it sideways, you bring it all the way up, and then
Put
you
charcoal
take
on
that
it. Yeah,
over.
I get
You gotta have a technique.
Mix it with some of that shisha stuff. That stuff's good. I like that flavored tobacco that you can't get in the cigarettes anymore. I used to smoke cloves, dude.
They don't have
And I
those
got
anymore.
so much cannabis. If
Fuck
anybody
no.
wants cannabis, just come to my house. I have
Okay, where
so
you
much
at?
cannabis.
Huh?
I'm in Illinois, Cicero, Illinois,
Oh, that's out there,
Chicago.
man.
Oh, you're in Chicago.
Is that where the Juggalo convention happens around there somewhere in Illinois?
What?
There's like a
Are you a
Juggalo
clown?
convention.
But if you want cannabis, you can just come to my house. You can have whatever you need. You know what? If you know the
Can you
whatever you leave with
can
cannabis,
deal it
it's
and,
on you.
Mail it?
I mean, huh? I mean, I got a
If
license
you
for
want to do
cannabis.
that, I'll probably get you some mushrooms or something. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, we eat our mushrooms every day. We like our mushrooms. We like them chocolate mushrooms.
That
Oh,
sounds
they're-
good. Chocolate mushrooms.
The chocolate mushrooms, we got them. They're it's the real mushrooms, and they come with the organic chocolate, and ain't no sugar in it. I mean, I got to put 3 spoons of that liquid sugar in that shit. But
I like dark chocolate, anyways.
oh man, it's so nice. I mean, if you don't want the sugar, it ain't no sugar in there. So, and it makes it a little more bitter. And I mean, it's got a really, really good taste, but it's just not sweet. So I got to put the sugar in, and then well, then I can have a couple cups.
What is that fucking crazy Colombian drug? I think it's called like scopolamine or something like that. It's like they call it devil dust. Like someone breathes it on you, and you just you
I
can
know
just
what
be
that you're talking
susceptible
about.
to whatever they tell you. So like
Yeah,
if you're
it's like-
walking
like a
through
zombie.
the street naked, like I can tell you that after blowing that in your face, and you fucking do it.
Yeah, that's like
No,
the
that's like
gateway drug that
LSD.
comes out
I
of-
mean, I don't know what that is,
That's
but
from
I mean,
Brazil. No, that's like really bad in Brazil. It's like something that's pollen that's on the fucking trees that they turn into drugs. It's like the date rape drug of South America.
It's worse than that. It's like to convince you to do whatever I tell you to do drug.
Just give it to me, big
They
boy.
just do it. They become your fucking slave. They do anything you fucking ask. They become
Sex
your
slave.
anything.
If you get too much, you die.
That's what we got to do. We just got to go into Congress and like use that shit on them. Maybe then we can finally.
We don't got like a limit of 10, do we, in here?
I thought we stopped talking about COVID.
Hey, Nizer. We don't got a limit of 10 in here, do we?
There should be a limit.
Well, I mean, no, it used to be 10. I'm saying, do we got a limit of 10 now? Is that why there's only 10 here?
No, it's the button that says invite friends. You're not impressed it enough.
It's
No.
limit.
In the DM,
Look,
in the DM, it used to be a hard limit in Discord of 10. I didn't just get on Discord last week. I've been in Discord for a couple years.
Look, man, I'm looking at the settings right now, and there's no user limit.
Bullshit.
Okay.
There's no user limit on the full.
Yeah.
So you could have as many users in here you want.
Yeah.
Live. And full audio, full duplex both ways on the audio and the video. No, it's not. It's not. They didn't do that. I just can't believe it. Okay, well, we'll see.
I mean, I can screen share.
10 people in here now.
But
Just anybody just send me a dumb message and say you're a retard when we get to number 11. Okay, Moneybird?
Okay. Oh, I see.
We're at like 10.
There's the user limit. I see what you're talking about. Users.
I mean, I didn't just get on Discord last week. I mean, I'm not very smart. I'm pretty slow and I'm pretty old. But I'm a pretty good trader. That's how I make my living. Trading.
No, usually
I'm a
if there is
fucking
a limit
jipper.
set,
I'll jip you.
it has a number.
I'll fucking get you for like 2 pips all day.
Hey, I guess I'll show you a picture. A picture is worth 1,000 words. What do you make about this one?
Let's see him.
I reckon CGI is awesome, and using Paint Shop is great, but not to take away the fact that I'm most definitely curious to see that with my own eyes. You with me? Because
Yeah, I got like an inch where each crop.
hold on for a sec. If that is what it looks like, right? That's a pretty big deal. But it's from a picture, right? It's really easy to Photoshop that shit together. That's all I'm saying.
What are we looking at?
This
could be women. So women have hair. It's up in a bun.
The bottom
a
one.
prestigious banker. So I don't
Wait,
think
where is this?
Photoshopping
Oh, wait,
it.
I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong.
The
Yeah, I
bottom
don't
one
know
is
where-
the Tomb of the Visitor.
Shit.
I think it has its own symbol. And it's not seen anywhere else. Throughout Egypt's history, it's only seen through a short period of time in history, in Egypt's history, and then it just disappears as quickly as that symbol arose.
Oh man, that's wicked right there. Man.
Yeah, we
That's
got 12 now.
convincing, that one.
12 people in here now. More than 10.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. That's a 4x3.
You started it.
That's really.
I can
right
join
there.
too then.
Look, if we're gonna show pictures, right? You showed me yours. It's only natural that I show you mine.
Show me
So,
yours, I'm gonna show
like,
you mine.
give me a sec.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see
It's
it.
only fair, like, because
All's fair in love and war.
what do you know of that?
No, that's nice. I like that one.
What do you know of
That
it?
looks like it could be
I fucking
Photoshop.
see nothing. What do you
I don't
mean?
know. Maybe.
It's
Possibility.
yeah.
Yeah, no one's sharing in
Crop
the
circle.
voice chat. They're
Yeah,
sharing
man,
in the
there's so many
hashtag
crop
North Channel.
circle things out there. That's not that big of a deal.
Scroll up to the link
I
just.
love that.
It's
That's
about
adorable.
Babylonian axe. Look at how massive it is compared to a human being.
Yeah, a piece of art. That's nothing.
Alexander the Great was known to tell his smiths that when he'd move and knew that he was being pursued, would leave behind armor and weapons that were extremely oversized, as to give the impression that amongst his troops and armies were giants.
What's laughing at him, Gina? Come on, be nice.
That's actually pretty smart, man.
And I mean,
It's early psychological warfare.
That's smart. Yeah, you could play that on people back then.
Who put, really? A teacher drugged her students with marijuana?
That's smart.
That's fucking hilarious. I would have loved that teacher forever, man.
See, think about it. Back when I was back in school, there was always the teacher that went crazy because everybody was going crazy in the classroom. There was so much talking. Wouldn't it have been so much nicer instead of them yelling at you for the teacher to give everyone pot? I think that's a good teacher. It's a much better way to handle the situation.
Well, they prefer Ritalin now or methamphetamines on the
it's
kids.
the same
that
thing,
are-
Ritalin and meth. I mean,
It's, you know, they've
That's what I grew
moved
up on.
on. The Nazis, I think, developed that, the methamphetamine.
Yes, they
They were
did. They
known
also
as
developed methadone as well.
Panzer cakes, the little cookies and tablets that they used to have that allowed them to function for over the 24-hour period that a normal soldier would have to sleep, allowing them to cover great distance.
Didn't the name of it start with a P? I forgot what they call it. Percodan. That's it.
Dan.
It had a really sort of harmless name. Yeah, I think you're right.
It was meth pills. It was called Percodan. I'm pretty damn sure. I know my World War II history.
How come you didn't know that Ford, amongst others, funded the Nazis in
No,
power
I know he
and supported them?
But you must consider this. Like the land lease agreement was to make trucks to go to the Soviet Union because one thing they were short of was trucks. But they were so impressed by the American trucks that Ford made, they reverse engineered them and they make their trucks like that today.
No worries. How do you explain? How do you explain Ford taking the U.S. government to court for bombing his factories in Germany and won? How do you explain that one?
Yeah, I'm reading an article. So
he actually sued the U.S. government for bombing his factories in Germany that were
lost
building
his
Nazi
company
equipment.
eventually, though. So how do you settle that one? He goes, "Oh, they stole my company. I made."
Yeah, they probably didn't have legal justification to bomb his factory,
and they stole it away from me and made it cheap.
The French Ford factory in 1940 began making aircraft engines which were used to bomb England together with trucks for German army. Man, also General Motors was also. I'm reading this article that the two biggest allies in World War II to Hitler were General Motors, Ford, and
IBM.
Something else. Well, it just says
IBM.
And the last one.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. Even Gandhi was behind Hitler before the 40s.
Oh, Standard Oil.
You know, I mean, the early 30s, he had a lot of backers.
Standard
He
Oil.
had Churchill. He had everybody still.
A lot to be said about unifying people, but you know, when you start pointing them in conceivably the wrong direction, that's when people start jumping off the bus.
While their own country was at war with Germany, Ford, General Motors, and Standard Oil kept or expanded their tight ties with Nazis. Interesting article.
So it wasn't just the Bushes, and it wasn't just Standard Oil, and it wasn't just Ford and General Motors. There were others too, you know what I mean? But they were the main. And it's interesting because all of those industrialists knew each other intimately. So, yeah, this was no accident. They were profiting directly from those concentration
Oh,
camps.
of course they were. They were profiting from both sides because you didn't know who was going to win the war.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
speak any
They
Hebrew?
Now
were
you're
they were
thinking.
hedging their
Do you
bets.
speak any
They were
Hebrew?
hedging their bets.
You
Do you
have
speak
to.
any Hebrew? I have one word I want you to translate for me. Havara.
I
I
can't
don't.
speak Hebrew, I'm sorry.
Havara.
I may be Jewish, but I can't speak
It
Hebrew.
means
Yeah, I
in
can't
English.
speak.
Let me say it in English for you. Transfer agreements.
I don't think you're saying that right, but okay.
You can't look at me in that tone of voice.
1936 Labor Zionist meeting in Zurich, Switzerland. The Jews of
You
the
really
world
had
were
this thing out for
boycotting the
Switzerland.
fledgling
Don't get me
nation
wrong,
of
Switzerland
Germany.
played its part.
And the agreement was you teach, you have the Brandenburg Division, which is the German Special Forces, teach in forced labor camps, not just how to fight, but how to take care of themselves, how to build up things on their own. And then the ones, they knew not many people would survive, but the ones who would survive, they knew would be worthy of Daesh Israel.
Yeah,
And
no,
14
it's an
transfer
interesting point.
submarines were built during World War II, and only one of them was ever found.
Yeah, no, there were a whole bunch of submarines that went missing around the same time that the, what was it, the North Pole or Antarctica got nuked. Interesting thing to look for. Operation High Jump or something. I can't remember.
Yes, that's correct.
Exactly.
The
But
Russians
anyways,
made a movie about it, actually. They were very
but what I was
curious.
going to say, with those industrialists being implicated in funding the Nazis, everybody focuses on the Nazis and Hitler, but pays very little attention to the instigators of the whole thing.
Right, the
which
globalists.
pretty much had, yes,
Nazi
global.
finance.
And you know what? The Olympics still have their rings that they got during the Nazi games. Have you ever noticed that?
No.
That's where the
No, I
Olympic
haven't looked
rings
into
come
it.
from.
Hey, I just read this article, the thing about the Nazis in Germany. It's actually really interesting, the reason why. So it's saying that the reason why is because basically the core of the American business community back then was like Pont, Rockefeller, Henry, Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and Prescott Bush, basically George Bush's father. And basically they all viewed Chinese, Jews, Italians, American Indians, and Negroes as an alarming dilution of the white gene pool. And it's also that's also Planned Parenthood. They have like some quotes from them, and some interesting quotes saying that
Nazi
marriage bed is
supporters.
the denigrating influence of social order. The free maternity care to poor will encourage. They had their front end stuff, and the stuff they were saying in their group is that we do not want word to get out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and which that's when people don't
Gay
seem to
dog
realize that
sex.
Planned Parenthood was originally put out there to provide birth control to
Negro.
minorities, so they stop
kill
reproducing.
Negro children. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Part of a eugenics program.
So they were actually it was part of their forced sterilization program, eugenics laws,
Sterilization program. Yeah.
Wow, it's everything you're just saying. Yeah, so basically they were financing, all the rich people were financing and creating these programs because they did view all the minority groups as threatened. They wanted to eugenics,
You know why?
destroy them all.
What had happened recently, right, was the working class, against all of the tyranny that the industrialists were imposing on them towards the late of the 1900s and early 21st century or 20th century. They had banded together and attacked the rich ruling class and formed massive worldwide workers' unions, which basically attacked the czars. And seeing this result of the poor attacking the rich, they instantly feared this spreading throughout the world. So the rich quickly mobilized to make sure to demonize anything socialist or communist, because these groups were forming these socialist and communist associations of unified workers and working people and the poor and so on and so forth. So it was like a massive propaganda campaign to turn the world against communism and socialism, purely to make sure that the powerful rich remain untouched and remain in control at the same time through capitalism.
Did you see how far that damn dollar went against that Canadian on the close? Man, what the fuck?
Oh man, let me look at that. I have my.
I mean, what the fuck?
Well,
I mean,
that happens a lot. Oh man, that's a. Where is it? I'm looking at the franc. Fuck the franc. Oh yeah.
No,
That's
the
nice.
dollar against the Canadian.
Yeah, I
Oh,
see.
fuck. That thing
Well,
is
It'll pop right back up on market.
way
open. Just
overextended.
watch.
Well, Mr. Boston,
Uh.
I've got some info for you with your Nazi connection to UFOs and so on and so forth.
I know the
which
British
you may find interesting.
made a coin with
Are you
a
familiar with
swastika
the?
on it. They minted
Are
one
you
back during
are you
World War
fi-
II.
Are you familiar
Hey,
with the
did you-
honeybee?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that?
Are you familiar with the honeybee? The
Yes.
cola converter,
They-
can of cola at the SS.
Yes, they made 4 of them actually.
Several of them, and some of them were cigar shaped, and some of them were smaller that they considered as Foo Fighters.
Correct.
See, did you know Hitler based his racial laws on and he would tout this. They were based upon Population Association of America and Pioneer Fund's basically model. And Margaret Sanger's Population Association of America, basically they wrote a book called The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. Again, Margaret Sanger, that's that girl that made that Planned Parenthood thing. But yeah, so Hitler, he would tout that. He actually based it upon that stuff.
Who is Bill Gates' mother? Can I ask you that? You know or not?
Oh, who?
What?
I tried looking at their
His mother
genealogy
was
for the
Margaret
Gates,
Sanger.
and could only get so
Yeah,
much
yeah.
information.
Bill Gates' mother.
It's like we gotta reduce the population on the planet, get to that zero carbon, blah blah blah. Do you know what zero carbon means? It means no more human life. Because human beings are made out of carbon.
I think that's extrapolating a little too much. Let's not jump to conclusions. Or in this
You didn't
case,
see his
what I
TED talk
feel,
where he's like talking about. Did you see his math, dude? Go watch it and then come back and talk to me about how he's not trying to, reduce the population.
look, I'm not
Gates.
arguing with that last point, right? But that zero carbon emissions means getting rid of all life on the planet. That's the one I'm not on board with.
Yeah.
Have you read
need
the
to get rid-
Georgia
we
Guidestones
just
before?
need to get rid of their internal combustion engine, and then we'll be fine.
Have you read the Georgia Guidestones before? It says keep the population on the entire Earth no higher than
I'm familiar with
100
them.
million humans on the planet at any given time in complete harmony with nature.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Like gay dog
Do
sex.
you know who made that?
happens?
No,
It wasn't the
it's
Church
gay
of
frogs.
Scientology. It's
Man,
an ancient mystery school that put that one.
look at that dot, guys. Man, you should have bought that shit. Like I said, like when it was like 15. Look at that shit. It's like 43.33. Man.
Right now, all you're doing is
What,
rubbing it in.
No, it's
Hey.
not too late. I mean, look at it. I mean, it's like you know. I mean, it's like a bunch of dogs. You know.
If I was already connected with an
Oh
account
man.
and some
Oh
cash
man.
pumped into it, I would consider it. But
Well,
the
do it.
fact that
It's not too late. I mean, look at this shit.
it's all right,
I mean,
I have other means.
save.
Yeah,
And you'd
it's gotta
probably be on the
something,
pub
man.
Discord rather than the full quality of
Save
work one.
I
QDR.
appreciate it though.
Save QDR. And then here we go. Put it in that channel.
You've already got some. Don't go buying any more. You don't need to.
I can't believe the
Man,
Dow went up as
for
far as it
fuck's
did today.
sakes. Man, for
Man, I-
fuck's sakes. Look at it. Look at it, man. That's how much is that? 43.31. Holy shit.
What did you grab it at?
Who needs money when you got
14,
this?
14 and 15.
Nice. Nice.
They
I'm
done
impressed.
told everybody like 14, 15. I said, yeah, it's going,
That's
it's
what?
going, it's going.
500%.
It's going. This man is
400?
going, yeah, but I don't know how far it's going to go. But yeah, it's going.
300% interest on that.
Oh, you just got, it's 12% annual, compounded every 3 days on the staking. I don't know. I mean, it was good when it went.
But you can't just ignore it for the year. You've actually got to pay attention.
No, you got a dollar cost average. You got to scale in. I mean, if you're late here now, but you ain't really that late because this is only, by the day. This is not a. It's not a new high.
Should have called me at what?
Hey,
Once
Boston,
you
where do
got
I
your
get some of
15,
those?
you
I
should
want
call
some
me.
of those things.
You want some of those dot?
No.
You want to buy
this is
dot? You
Twin
can go buy
Cents
dot.
Invest,
You
right?
can buy them anywhere.
He's showing off some twins. Where do I
I'm
get the
buying
twins?
the dot on Kraken, but Kraken got busted by
Hey, what's better than two?
4.
Oh, you got triplets? Oh, yeah. You gonna sell me some triplets?
6.
I ain't got any triplets for you, bro. I got the ugly duckling. All right, hold on. There you go.
But no, we're making money every day.
All right, I'll take one.
Making money
All right,
every day.
I'll take all three.
Forex. Come on. Right? Come on, tell them, man. Tell them, money.
Oh, is that
bird.
your family? Is that your family, man?
Where the birds? Did you see the birds? Let me take a picture of the birds. No, I can't get them.
Well, if that's your family, if you want, that they can come visit me, and I'll take them out on the town for a little bit. And
Family of birds.
yeah, they can even stay in my room.
I can show you I can show you my family of birds.
Oh, nice boat.
They are.
You ain't saying nothing yet, bro. But that's okay. It's beautiful, isn't it? The sun.
Yeah, it reminds me. I live down in Daytona Beach. It was nice going out in the ocean. These days, I'm just in Vegas.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Without any editing.
Fucking editing here, man.
Without
this is
any
live mic.
editing. What do you think about my shadow? Who does that remind you of?
Man, I don't even know. Where am I? I'm
Reminds me of
lost.
this gay guy.
Your shadow where?
In-house general, it seems, not shared in this chat, in this voice chat.
I'm scrolling. It's still growing in general. Oh, like the hairy beard at the bottom, that shadow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that.
Don't I
Like
look
Shaggy, from Scooby Doo.
Yeah, conceivably,
Look
man.
at a fucking penny for a moment, or a $5 bill for that matter.
Yeah,
See, I wasn't
I've
thinking
seen that.
anything like fucking Lincoln, honestly. I was thinking more like
Abraham
Hannibal.
Lincoln. Oh, no.
Hannibal has a little bit of a look like that.
No, no.
Did somebody fall over or what?
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, what was that?
Virtual.
Rewind the stream and find out.
I'll go downstairs, tell everybody to pack up and go home for the day.
You're at work.
Yeah, run a fucking business. I manage aviation business in North Las Vegas and Henderson executive airports.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, it's way past the time here.
yeah, I don't mind coming to work every day. It's just the sitting here for 8 hours a day waiting to go home. That's what really gets me.
Yeah, it's
that's
better
where you
when
come in,
there's
isn't it,
work
right?
to do. When there's work
I
to
really
do,
don't
the
do
time
anything.
just flies.
I really don't do much. Other than
That's why you're bored.
And tell those goats in the backyard.
I'm gonna go fuck some goats. Yeah, that'll be exciting.
Put that aside until later. Right now, you got to find something constructive.
So you're not like
to
going
do.
downstairs. It's 1 minute after.
You
Get
can't
the
do
fuck
all
out of
those
here.
goats
You don't
while
pay
we're here
overtime.
now.
Yeah, pretty
Save
much.
that
Yeah,
for
I
your
gotta
personal
yell people.
time.
Yeah. Oh
Daddy.
yeah. Then normally I gotta tell people to come in on the weekend.
Daddy.
All sort of crap. I didn't like fuck. I'm coming in.
Yeah.
You gotta do it like Lumberg, out of Office Space though.
Yeah, what's Thor working on?
Yeah, I got pretty good at that. And then of course I come in 2
it's
hours
like
late every day.
fucking bedtime.
One person that works for me, I mean, they're like, oh man, I work for Rick. I don't got to come until 9 because I always come in about 2-3 hours late. I'm like, you're not me. You're in here at 6 a.m. Oh fuck! I'm tired of being an asshole and being the boss. I'm ready to fucking quit.
I know the feeling.
Think of the money, save some cash, and wait until you got something else lined up.
I make a lot more money than else. You have no fucking idea, bro. The money I make from this job is a fucking joke compared to what I make doing other things. I also own an engineering
it's
company.
like dope money,
software
man. I
business,
mean,
and
come
save the
on.
fucking market. Well, last month, if you look at everything else I've done, I probably pulled in about $200,000 between my other business. I really just did this just because it was. I don't know. I kind of like doing it, but I'm tired of doing it. But yeah, I make chump change managing this business.
Chump change, man. That ain't chump change if you made fucking 200,000 last month.
No,
man.
no. That's my other shit. That's my own shit. This
Whoa.
I technically I work for a president of a company and all that crap like that. I don't make barely shit running this damn company. I have a base salary and I think 3% off the gross revenue. And,
Are you happy though?
It's not really that much. Most of my money comes from I own a software business, a little app development crap, and I own an engineering business, and then I trade the market. Now that stuff made me about I think it was almost $200,000 last month. All my other ventures. This, I mean, maybe I pulled.
And I'm sandbagging, man. Bird, man.
It's yeah. Like I said, I do this shit for the fuck
Hey,
of it. That's why
listen, for sure we want to be selling that fucking US 30, man. I struck some nerves, man, because I started plucking it, and then I closed most of them for the exit, but only hold on to two. Only hold on to two at 0.1. But, I mean, I'm going to be selling on Monday. I mean, You know, I'm gonna be selling for like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Man, from here I'm selling. I'm selling. I don't
Well,
care
no-
what the swap is.
Yeah. Normally, like I said, I can hold it to, like if you box it out over the past few months, you'll see it. It dips in the middle of the month, and then it's right back up probably by this time next week. Generally, that's what you see. That's what I hope. That's why I shorted it about 3 a.m. Pacific time. Right before I went to bed, and I woke
Yeah, but
up
see, I'm
and
a
I was
big
surprised.
dollar
I was
cost
surprised
averager, see, and and I don't just like do it all in one trade. I mean, I'm like liable to do, cause see, like at Global Prime, I'm only, I can have like 250 trades live, so I don't have to worry about am I going to run out of trades. I mean, out of orders, but uh, that's.
You're killing it with that ASR shit, man. That's stuff that you got going
No,
on.
oh man, I closed that fucking Aussie Kiwi too short. I mean, too soon. I mean, but, I mean, I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience for that shit.
I know.
just
I
don't.
only run like one EA these days. I won't say what exactly it is because I also run that on FTMO. I don't want other people using that EA and then they fucking ban me. And it's fucking consistent as hell, man. It pulls me in 2, 3, 4,000 a week easily, without on solid pilot. So every now and then one goes sideways and I close it out.
Yeah,
I'm
they
about to
suck.
put it
Though.
on
They
on one of
suck.
my
They
other
suck,
live
man.
money accounts because I figured I didn't math my live money account. I'm working with a hedge fund up in Canada where so I have private access to this brokerage with practically no fucking spreads.
Hey, send Jonah a message. He'll hook you up, man.
I'm not sure if he can beat the deal I got going on. This hedge
For
fund,
sure, they
man.
can fucking they can beat whatever the fuck you got going on. What do you mean?
Oh man, I got pretty much direct access
They're
to
at
the
zero.
hedge fund server.
They're at zero commissions already. So I mean, unless they're getting paid for fucking somebody else to lose or some fucking negative flows, I mean.
Jonah's a global prime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean these other people I'm working with, like I said, they got zero commissions, no swaps, and the spread is
Well,
like
I mean, you got to have
0.2.
some swaps. I mean, somebody's got to
No
pay for that.
swaps, no fucking swaps. I mean, I think the commission's actually maybe his cost is maybe like 20-30% round trip. I mean, 20-30 cents round trip per lot or something like that, right? But that's nothing because the spread, say on US 30, it's like 0.2, 0.3 usually. It's fucking practically non-existent. So
Yeah, it's nothing. But
I just transferred him about 20,000 earlier this week. So I'm waiting for him to get my account set up there, and I plan on fucking raping that shit.
you just got to go there. Just don't let them catch you. Because I did it today into the close. I mean, it was a no-brainer. I mean, it was a fucking sell. I mean, it was a sell. I mean, sell. So fucking, I end up with the two I had. So, whatever. I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know. Maybe I made 20 pounds in the last fucking 2 minutes. I don't know. 5 minutes. I don't know. But, I mean, it's going up and I'm selling it. It's going up and I'm selling it. What do you think? I'm fucking stupid? Look at that fucking chart, motherfucker. Been going up for 99 months. I don't know why would somebody want to sell it all the way up here. I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
Keep selling.
I mean, are you kidding me? Why would somebody want to sell it all the way up here? Man, do you know how long we've been waiting to sell it up here? We've been waiting for months and months and months and months and months.
Well, it already started fucking diving. I mean, like I said, it's
Yeah, but then it took like a splash up, I mean,
like I said, we just came up from a dip that just this week. Normally, it's rising right now. That's what it kind of, or it's been rising longer than that. Like I said, it crashed at the beginning of this month, and then it came back up. So
I know I had it long, and then as soon as I seen it, I sold it.
It's going to work out, but it's monopoly money.
You just got to be patient because eventually it's going to lose like 50%. And so, It's great to make money in the short term on the longs, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I done made like, 30 grand on this one on the longs in the last couple of years. But I mean, I'm taking profit. I'm getting scared. I mean, it's the party's about over. I mean, go put your monthly chart on the damn US 30, and if you're fucking think you want to be long on the fucking breakout at the top, man, you're retarded. I mean,
Yeah, I know this other person. He keeps telling people, "Yeah, never short the indexes. The trend is always up." The guy came from fucking crypto.
yeah,
that's
but
the
I
same shit
mean,
they
it
say with
could,
crypto.
but it could correct 50%. So if you fucking don't have some shit to the downside, I mean, even
Yeah. If you're only going fucking long, man, there are times that you can put on a weekly chart. That is the most fucked up thing to teach people.
yeah,
Because
I mean, if you're only going long and it gets up and then you put in a trailing stop and you got some profits locked in, okay, well, so what? But you can't. I don't know. I mean, I got out of that shit. I mean, I went into bonds. I lost like maybe 0.3%, but it's all right because I made like 1,200% in fucking 3 years or 3.5 years. So you know what? If I lose 0.5% for 10 months after I made, I don't care. I mean,
See, what I'm waiting for is that you put on like the weekly chart, right? I'm waiting for it to come down, touch the 50 EMA. It hasn't done that in a while. And that's what I'm thinking.
There's so much downside potential. It's just ugly.
And then once it touches the fucking 50, I'm waiting. I know it'll bounce a little bit, and then I'm waiting for it to crash down to the one.
Check it out, boys.
Yeah, I want to make a lot of money shorting that shit.
And I don't want no
Once
border
it finally does crash.
I'm selling it. Selling it.
Yes, U.S. economy crash. I want to fucking make money. I said it. I want the U.S. economy to crash so I get rich.
Well, it's already crashed.
And I don't think it's going to be a recovery like 2008.
All right, 450. I'm gonna get off here for a second.
It's going to be far worse than the Great Depression, and that's what you're
the art, man.
Understanding.
Mix honest skill with dishonest skill. Mix honest money with dishonest money. It's always honest rhetoric, dishonest rhetoric. Amazing music with mediocre pop trash.
I don't know. I think it's all a lie anymore anyway. The only thing that backs money is your belief in it. Just another tool put in place to separate us all.
Yeah, it's one way of looking at it, man.
And it's saying the population in America is gonna drop by 54 million by 2025. That would make a little sense if it's
Is that based on the COVID?
I think they put their numbers together and In 2008, it was done by like the CIA, the NSA, and a bunch of people.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I mean, seeing the trend towards not having children, it's interesting.
You want to see my sailboat? Hold on.
Heck, even China's certainly gone about face on that, and they could claim the most people.
This is my 39-foot boat.
I used to kind of face value think that China
Yeah,
China there's a lot of things that operate on sort of maybe some would say bribes also, but I think that there's actually something on the fundamental level of like, hey, I know a hat maker, I know a shoemaker, I know a something maker, like I know a whatever, like I can help you get this and then you can help me get that, and like I think there's something like okay with that, like even there's something like sort of natural about that. I think there's a fear of communities. There's communities can do different things, like there's different levels of the ways that community integration is sort of problematic maybe for different things. I mean, I look at it like, one thing to notice is like, how they want to like figure out exactly how much everything you need so they can sort of ship you your weekly or monthly. That's like next level disconnected. But our
You see this last one? Ben? Team Chemtrail. Spray and pray. I thought you'd get a kick out of that one. My Air Force buddy sent me that.
There's a great Beck song called Chemtrail.
That's one of the best memes. Fucking Al Franken. Creepy Al Franken.
So yeah, why are we doing the things we're doing? What are we even living for anymore? Like just stuff and things, or what?
This is the Russian robot. This is Fedor. That's their
I think if we're brainwashed here.
Russian robot.
Like toys are okay for kids, right? Like it's okay to want to fill up your kids' toy boxes, but if you become an adult and you still just trying to fill up your own toy box, there's like something wrong there. That's me paraphrasing Santiago.
And this is Ivan, their combat robot.
yeah.
Yeah, that's like some Terminator shit. We're not far away from that at all.
There's easier ways to take people out, I think.
You know, these both the first two are on the moon right now, building a moon base for the Russians, right?
Yeah.
They went to the moon years ago. Like I think it was like 2014. They went to the moon they just sent the robots to the moon. They didn't send people.
Must be on the dark side. We haven't seen much footage.
You're scared of Mickey Mouse. Are you scared of Mickey Mouse?
You see how like the water becomes like a mirror and it just reflects sunlight back at you?
Yeah.
What are we even doing here? What is here?
What isn't here?
Are we really just gonna continue sitting back, smoking weed, and getting drunk while our children die? Like, at what point did the tide shift? Like, how many people have to die for people to perceive the actual threat is against the vast majority of people? Like, just about everything.
Again, I think if you don't have a bomb shelter, then you're all on the same side.
If anybody wants to join the conversation, you can click the link in the description. Obviously, we need somebody to come in and talk about something. But yeah, what's in the news, people?
If we knew what we were doing, it would not be called, it wouldn't be research. Goal, blinded by science. Ben, I have a question for you, and you alone. What do you think about geometria?
I don't know anything about that.
It's like calculating events by, numbers. I'm sure Betty knows all about it.
Mm.
It's like numerology, in fact.
Oh. How did we get on this topic?
Me?
Oh, okay.
Of course, it's the other Jew in the chat room talking about it.
Sorry, I'm butchering a piece of fabric right now.
Chewing fabric? What?
Butchering. Don't ask. I'm making a sample.
Right.
Yep.
Well, somebody's out there doing something. A woman beat up a cop with a baseball bat in D.C. today.
Look at that.
I was gonna say, I guess maybe I don't know much about the I Ching yet, but I'm trying to learn about it. Your question almost reminded me of that. Or the I Ching.
I Ching is the first thing I learned to read.
Talking around me.
It's pronounced I Ching, but it doesning matter. It doesn't really matter. I think, like at least the way they pronounce it, because it's just a matter of like how they have like Qingdao beer or something. It's like Qingdao. Like it's definitely more like Qingdao. But
Qingdao.
It's misleading, and then it gets carried on, and that's why I hate Andrew Yang.
Are you talking about the runes on the back of the car? It says, "Son of Odin," and then I put my sigils on the bottom.
Right.
based upon the stars I was born underneath. Here's a
I mean,
meme.
it seems like it also
Meme for you, Ben. I
like
thought
the
you could compare
I
this.
Ching, by the way, sorry to be a weirdo stickler about the pronunciation, but I don't know. It's the I Ching, by the way, is like the most ancient document from like the Chinese literary collections, basically. I mean, Shennong is really old too, or it's, if you want to look it up, it's ShenNung for some reason.
Can you speak
But it's,
old Chinese like the Taiwanese? Like that, isn't that the original Chinese?
old Chinese would be more like the archaic use of like characters just differently and different archaic characters. I mean, no, of
Right,
course
like,
I can't. I don't understand. I don't really understand very traditional characters either. But I was gonna say also algorithms would be something like modern, very modern related to that question, I think.
Your audio keeps on dropping out, Ben. You need to fix your mic.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So yeah, what's up, people? Why so quiet?
PCB's Dioxin Agent Orange, brought to you by Monsanto.
What hasn't Monsanto brought us, though? I mean, honestly.
But you know where Monsanto comes from? There's a rich French family it comes from. And the same people that poisoned our waterways when, like, Teflon was the craze.
Yeah, DuPont. 3M.
Rockefeller.
DuPont and 3M. Yep, DuPont and 3M.
What was the guy who united the families together? I think it was James Morgan DuPont. Inbred elites, you know.
What hasn't DuPont or Monsanto brought? A solution for world hunger. Growing food doesn't get it to people who need it.
It's kind of like how Elon Musk says, it's, hey, filtering water is only like a penny per liter, and he's like all arrogant, but it's like, yeah, but then you have to move it to the place and things like that. Like, it's not that simple.
It really is that simple. Just do it. Like, I don't understand it. It's not that simple. It literally is that simple. If you don't have a way to get water somewhere, then put a water pipe down. You don't have any problem adding oil pipes when you want to move oil. Go through sacred villages and graveyards and everything. No problem.
I agree completely. I'm just saying it's not so simple. It's like to ignore, topsoils and like all this climate change, like precipitation, and then like what that does. Like apparently there's like the atmospheric river that has like more water than like the Rio Grande or whatever, and something else combined. And it's like the atmospheric river above the equator like is all out of whack, and that's why there's downpours in California, like washes off the topsoil and like causes the shit to die, and then like just like this cyclical nasty process, and like all these kinds of serious issues. And it's like whenever places are going to turn more arid. I mean, there's like, according to all science, I went to a stupid nerdy boring lecture back in 2003 or 4, and it was talking about climate change and blah 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 in my area in the Midwest in Missouri, and it had like these 3 scientists like in environmental science that were talking about this crap, and it said that the state of Missouri was going to be basically like Texas in 100 years, like by all conservative estimates. But that was like according to like the 2 degrees maybe Celsius rise, but now they're saying 4. So things like that, just massive stuff. And then people like Elon Musk, of course, we'll just filter the water. It's only a penny a liter. It's not. I don't see it being that simple, really. I think that I don't know. There's a lot of questions to it, like with the health of the genetics and Monsanto. By the way, there's a really great guy called Wendell Berry, Wendell. I believe it's Berry, and he's this great guy. He wrote a lot. He wrote some fiction, but he wrote a lot of nonfiction. He's been an activist and advocate for small scale like ruralization, like people making small scale farms and building communities and fighting against like he's been like advocating against that since like the 80s or something, or the early 90s, and trying to build communities and work with that. But I mean, Wendell Berry, he's great, and his lectures are pretty great. And I love like getting in depth into those kind of issues, because but it's like he was like saying back in 2006 or 7, he's like they already basically won, like Kroger and Friends and those giant monoliths like already bought all the good land in America, and now if they didn't do it, now Bill Gates is coming along doing it. Like all the best freaking fertilest, greatest land, it's all bought up, and ruined really because of the pesticides that are going to be there for like 4, 5, 6 decades or whatever it is, at least. But I know we lost like 50% of our topsoil since 1970 or something like that. Insect biomass, reefs, bees.
Ben, check out this list of names. These are prominent Rosicrucians of history. Joan of Arc.
That's cool.
I don't know. You say it's not that
Environment
easy to just do it.
my issue.
That's
why I think Thor is good. I like Thor about he cares about education. Apparently, he said.
Paracelsus, 1493 through 1541. Leonardo da Vinci, also a Rosicrucian.
Did you say something to me? I'm like firing up my fireplace here.
I was saying like environment's my main issue, but also education. That's why I dig that. Like when I heard you say that education was a big deal, like that's nice to hear somebody else say.
Yeah, exactly. Teach the children. That's the thing.
I think when you can't express yourself and you can't freaking like articulate and like vocalize whatever it is, you can't like draw the right like through education you get all these like whatever debates like scenarios, all these sort of other people's experiences and cumulative knowledges. Like they sat in libraries and then wrote stuff, and it's can be pretty it's just about finding the right stuff and having the right kind of teacher or tutor or some kind of crap like that. And you just running your mind across different examples and exercises and like the back and forth, so all that kind of stuff. It's unreplaceable, to have all kinds of examples to draw off of and types of logical arguments and like sort of ways to base things and compare things. And
hey Ben, what was said to me before I joined them? It said to me, when you are ready, the teacher will approach you.
Thank God for teachers,
Every guru says that, though.
If teachers don't teach anymore, they follow a curriculum.
I like that Led Zeppelin song, Friends, greatest thing you could ever do now, share a smile with someone who's blue now. It's so easy. You never know when you'll need someone like they did, looking for what you knew. I think sometimes you can lift a finger. Sometimes like whatever, some advice that you haven't heard yourself for 15 years just pops up and bubbles up, and you're like, oh, and then you just pass that advice along, and I think that's how the world goes around, you know?
Saint Seraphim.
Salt of the earth shit, just like tips.
You know, I'm in school right now, and I can't say that. My professors have been really amazing, even through the trials of, online education. It's
Betty,
been pretty amazing.
Any of the shit I just posted. It's a giant wall of text.
I can read.
What I'm trying to articulate something to you is that some of these institutions work for good. And what I'm trying to argue to you that what is the opposite of good?
Is it bad? Or is it evil?
It depends on how you quantify that. Because there's a spiritual aspect of life, and then there is the physical aspect of life. And to say that they are the same thing would be an illusion.
Yeah.
Do you know what the Masons say? They say evil is a grand dream of an infant. Meaning, like, it does not exist. But they don't believe in God. I don't really think. They want you to believe in a higher power so they can take it away from you. In my opinion.
That's one way to do.
Well, there are what they call the illuminated members, but the average porch mason doesn't make it past rank 32 or 33.
Okay, well, now it just sounds like Scientology.
But it's not.
I know it's not, but that's what it's sounding like. You know what I mean?
Masons say this, that man can only be lifted up by his fellow man.
Yeah.
So that's not believing in, some aliens are going to fucking come and rescue you. No.
No.
You don't want
I mean in
aliens
the
to
rank
come. We
system.
would be
I mean the
slaves.
rank system. I'm just talking about the rank system, not, not the actual belief system that the Rosicrucians had.
I think it was Thotma the Third that made it so that there's only one God being worshipped, and the Egyptian. There was a good God and a bad God. The good God was Ra, and the bad God was Seth, which means the night.
But but they didn't believe that night or the underworld was bad.
No, they believed in Duat, that every human being had Duat, which is Egyptian
Duality.
for duality.
Yeah.
I wonder how much all that religious system stayed intact, because I know when the major dynastic changes happened, they basically a lot of times forbade the worship of the previous gods and stuff like that.
It was more of a conversion. Good night.
Yeah, I think eventually you can get back to some sort of fundamentals or roots that are common to all of them.
There's a Chinese. This is not super fun. It's just something that came to mind. There's a Chinese idiom that's something like trace the thing back to its root. Like just to stop the thing from its source or something like that. I think it's interesting. It can be like for meditation or for any kind of whatever.
What type of meditation would that be? Would that be like an active visualization meditation or like a nothingness meditation?
One of the coolest things I remember reading and hearing, there's a lot that they do with the like something and then non-something, right? So it's like enlightenment and non-enlightenment, and emptiness and non-emptiness. So they get way into it. I guess there's probably lots of variations. I would suppose. They definitely have like more. Physical types of meditation, mind focus type, whatever.
They focus on every single kind of meditation there is on the planet. They've been around for a very long time, and they've had a long time to perfect what works out the best on something that can be repeated. They're not interested in any person's illusions or delusions. They're more interested in what's effective. For, like Kabbalah. The Muslims have another version of it. It's just like math. Have you ever read the Zohar before, Betty?
No, I haven't.
Well, that's a very powerful Jewish book. How about the Talmud?
Yeah, the Talmud and the Kabbalah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should check out the Zohar. I think you'll get a kick out of it. It's like the Kabbalah, but it's a little more mystical.
What's a good part of the Talmud to read? Because it's massive. Beginning, middle, end. I mean, can you give me some? If you can give me anything.
There's
depends
a lot
on what you want to read.
There's a lot of the Talmud. There's many books.
Yeah.
I started reading randomly, and it was really odd. It was very, very odd passages.
I would call it the Talmud like religious pornography.
Yeah. So what's in these books? I haven't actually read any of these. Are they like different versions of the Bible, or? I don't fucking know, man. Educate me.
I mean, to be honest, I read some really bizarre shit in the Talmud, but to be honest, the Bible's got bizarre
question because I would hate to destroy, anyone's illusions.
Well, the thing I read from the Talmud was talking about.
It means the destroyer of illusions.
It is pretty messed up.
So what are the books about?
Betty.
Which books? All right. Well, I can elaborate all of this because the Talmud really is a lot more of the kosher laws. It's a lot more of our cultural beliefs. And a lot of the mysticism, you start getting the mysticism, which is why you're not allowed to read it until you're 40. It's because it does introduce a lot of the mysticism. But no, the Talmud does too. But see, the thing is everybody forgets that the Hebrew interpretation of the Old Testament, the Torah, which ours is, worded differently and definitely read differently. It's interpreted so much differently because we were a people building a culture in slavery. And everyone loves to forget that. The Christians seem to pick and choose things. And it's not that. There were things that are in our laws, like the whole thing about, that they take out of context in, I guess what is it, Ezekiel? with or I can't even remember what it was now, but about men not dressing like boys or whatever, and men not laying with boys. That was because of the Greeks. It was literally a law because of what the Greeks were doing. It had
It's
nothing
true, though.
to
It
do
is
with
true, though.
anything. It had nothing
The
to do
Romans
with
were
anybody
worse,
being
though. I mean,
gay.
Saturnalia, every Saturday, like, people would engage in, like, public sex.
Yeah. I mean, it was, so you got to realize it was like these were slave people who were coming up with their own culture and their own belief system at the time. And so much of that is in the Old Testament, and they take it all out of context and forget that we were ever slaves. Any of it.
You sound like you're jealous that you didn't get invited
I
to the
I really have my doubts that the tribe of Dan was ever slaves. Master craftsmen, guilders of the Ark of the Covenant.
The story of Abraham like dates back like
we were always slaves.
super way back. Like I didn't realize how old that was, but like at his time it was basically like the kingdom of like and shit. Like Samaria was still going.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I think in Samaria times,
Babylon.
It's
Babylon was
interesting.
all
In
in there.
Samaria times, Hebrew religion was originally a polytheistic religion, and then all of a sudden they became a monotheistic religion. So they used to be polytheistic, multiple gods.
Well, the funniest thing is still the first recorded war is Titus and the Jews. Titus sacking the Temple of Solomon. That's the first recorded war. The Arch of Titus in Rome. Think about that. That's how long they've been trying to silence us.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been.
You must admit, Betty, we fucking love war. You know why we love war? Because we're goddamn good at it.
We don't know anything but.
War
know
is human
else.
nature. War is human nature, just like we
I
make
don't
love.
consider it war. We're fighting for our survival. It's fighting
That's
for,
right.
There are people fighting for their survival. That's what it's always been. And a misunderstood people, a very misunderstood people, because really what the Romans had against them was their faith. They never understood their unshakable faith. That's why they went after them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
we don't forget bad deeds done to us either. We're rather vindictive about them.
Still.
Like the Khazars, like Yaroslav III destroyed that empire, and
it's not like we didn't fight back. It's not like we
Red
didn't.
October Revolution was payback for that. Do you understand?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm really not remembering my history. So.
I don't know that one either.
No. Interesting. Learn something new every day, don't you? I don't want to burst anybody's
bubble. Why not?
bubble.
No, why not? I don't. Hey.
Because the problem is, if you educate people too much and they are afraid of you, then they may hurt you. You see. And that is out of the Talmud, by the way.
Yeah, I don't believe war is human nature at all. It's actually very unnatural. War is a product of fear, period.
Yeah.
You must understand that when our planet was young, we used to have no frost on this planet whatsoever.
It's been said, yes.
That was the paradise time.
Before rain. Yeah.
No, there was rain, but there was no frost, you see. It was like tropical rain.
I think war is like second nature. But like when war is going to be continued in the future, it's going to like be more and more like absolutely devastating to the point that it's like really ridiculous to even conceive, like trying to throw down with like weapons that could, kill multiple planets.
I think there used to be life on Mars, and they destroyed their planet with nuclear war, and they fled here. And when they came here, they had the mentality of a 74-year-old man, and our planet did not know war whatsoever.
That makes
And
sense.
so,
Wouldn't we see a fair bit more radioactivity on Mars then?
not necessarily. And when you
It
explode
is
nuclear bomb,
really radioactive on the
radioactivity
surface of Mars, just from the radiation of the sun. I know, like because there's no
Oh yeah, solar
productive.
radiation.
especially when they don't have like an atmosphere, like cosmic rays get in there rather easily.
But water, like apparently, like a 6 inches or a foot of water is enough to absorb most radiation. Probably dirt too.
That was the theory I heard about the sort of the early Earth, where that paradise where a lot of the moisture was in the air rather than in the sort of in a sort of cloud layer protecting from all that early radiation. And no ground extreme temperatures because you're more of that tropical covering. So no
Apparently,
frost and dew rather than rain.
Supposedly 2/3 of the Earth's heat comes sources from like decaying biocarbons or some shit.
I figure you get a kick out of this one, Betty. Because that's how the Rockefellers made their money, like panhandling snake oil to people as an all cure.
I thought we were done talking about COVID.
That's not how
Oh, hi,
they.
sorry.
That's
I forgot
that's
it was
not
on mute.
exactly how they made their money. That's how they
No.
were hustling before they got big. The
Navarro
Rockefellers.
Galliano points out that the landmine companies are the same ones that like sell the service of cleaning up landmines.
It kind of makes sense, though. They are bombs.
To like make money on both ends.
So yeah, we recognize these actions and these patterns and the results, but
The
somehow
polluters and the plastic recyclers.
I knew I seen a crow earlier today, and it was a bad omen. Someone who I knew fell 5 feet and died from it.
Strange.
C'est la vie, as the French say.
So yeah, we see the historical pattern with the same type of thing over and over again. We see a repeat. We can point out in time and history all the different ways it's happened, but somehow we have a disconnection between those historical facts and what's happening today.
All right, I'm here to drop some truth bombs for you. How long do you think humanity has lived on this planet for? Answer me, and I will respond back to you.
Bring it. I'm going for the young Earth.
Answer the question, and then I'll respond to it. How long do you think humanity, hominid human beings, have lived on this planet for?
Less than 10,000 years.
You're wrong. How about you, Betty? You're pretty smart.
All right. As current Homo sapiens or just any hominid? As all hominids? I
Don't we
mean,
all come
it's
from
millions
one?
of years.
Don't we all come from one source?
Well, it's millions and millions of years.
Of course it is
No?
millions and millions of years.
Well, whether we've been around for millions of years or thousands or hundreds, we're still behaving like infants, toddlers in some cases. But the simple fact that there are people dying every day because they need medicine or food that's rotten on a truck or going bad on somebody's shelf. I don't think that's a big thumbs up for humanity for being around millions of years and not learning how to look after itself and the people around us. How many years have we gone without a single starvation death? How many years have we gone without somebody dying from a disease that we've already cured? Nobody? Did I lose connection? Hello? Sound check?
You ready for another book recommendation?
Are we just
Gods
talking
with
to ignore that
Amnesia.
and just segue to somehow we just ignore that? Did anybody hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Привет.
Was that you that was
Здравствуйте.
breaking up?
Nothing? We got nothing on that?
Somebody's mic was breaking
Yeah,
up,
sorry,
so I don't
didn't
know
hear
we
what
heard
you said.
it.
I said
It was goldfish underwater. Audio codec scrambling without bandwidth sounds.
yeah, I said saying humanity's been around for millions of years really doesn't show a lot of good thumbs up for humanity. How many years have we gone without a single death from starvation? How many years have we gone with somebody not dying from a disease that's already cured?
Well, I believe people used to live a lot longer in olden times because there wasn't such levels of pollution from the environment, you see.
Yeah, could be said.
Have you ever seen how a cosmic ray breaks down and it's like some dude equated it to being like a computer, the way it broke down. I said, no, that's wrong. You see, it's not like a computer. It's like chemistry. The way it just keeps on splintering and splintering and splintering and splintering.
Well, you've still got modern people living very long lives. Not that they're going to go on TV and talk about it, but
in India, there are some people who live in the mountains up to 300 years old. But you know what? There's a sleeping Hindu dude in the British Museum, actually. And he's been asleep for 300 years, and he still has a very, very slow heartbeat. But he's like frozen in place like a dead body because he's sleeping.
Yeah, so there's like no magical beams from the sun killing people earlier now than there was 200 years ago. Basically, we've just lowered our life expectancy because we live like crap. We buy cool toys to keep ourselves distracted. We eat crappy foods from drive-through windows, and we don't care about our environment or the people around us. And we stay stressed out about getting to work on time so we can, pay our bills and watch our sports network. Screaming at a TV will kill you quicker than pollution.
Yeah.
They talked about having flying ships the size of cruise boats in the Rig Veda. Yeah. Another good book for you. Oh, he left, Ben. What's up, Abel?
Yeah, there are a lot of good pieces of literature out there. But
So
I don't think they're all
if
saying the same thing. And it's, take the shit off the shelf and give it to the starving children.
you know what's interesting is under Tutmosis III, basically they're like Christians before ever there was a Christianity. You see. But the story of Jesus has happened, by my account, 19 times on the planet in fucking far different places. I mean, there's a Japanese version of Jesus' story.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
The Russian Jesus, his name was Bus Belayar, and that was in ancient times.
By whatever name, the message is similar, and basically, whatever people believe in, that's not how we're living. That's not.
Cuneiform is actually very complicated, Manji. How is that low tech? I mean, like papers burn, but you can't burn clay rather easily. They burned down Alexandria Library, at least that's what they want you to believe. But if you ever had an out-of-body experience, surely you should know of the Book of Akasha or Akash.
Are you referring to?
That's a deposit your information in crystalline form, in mineral form. Yeah, well, maybe it is there. We just haven't figured out how to decipher it yet.
You know what? You want to find ancient information? Try like projecting light through a Lumerian crystal. Because the Lumerians, you see, they were hated because their noses were different. They looked like they had question marks for noses. But if you look at the picture, if you scroll way up, you can see that black and white picture I posted. They even put it on their pyramids, and the Muslims like destroyed so much. They even like defaced the Sphinx. because they said, "Oh, it's too perfect. Nothing should ever be that perfect. It's an insult to Mohammed or whatever."
Broke the nose off.
Yep.
That's why all the art is calligraphy. It's not human. You can't do that. It's an insult to God.
Yeah.
I feel like it's. Betty, have you ever read the book Morals and Dogma?
No, I haven't.
That's a good one. That man was a Freemason as well as a Rosicrucian, actually. Manly P. Hall. Manly Palmer Hall.
He also wrote a more common book called The Secret Teachings of All Ages.
That's a good one, too. I forgot about that one, yeah. I've read it, too. You know what has had such a profound effect on my life in terms of gaining knowledge, other than, you know, all the Jewish books that I read? Mastery of Self with the Cycles of Fate by Spencer C.W. Lewis, the Railroad Baron, that put some money into bringing Egyptian things here to America. You know how Times Square has the Central Park has an obelisk in it, yeah?
Yeah.
That's from Egypt. And that was Spencer C.W. Lewis who brought that here. But in California, at the Rosicrucian Sanctum, they reconstructed something that's identical to the temples in Egypt. And it's just like it's like the same, like it's like the temples are built in such a way that if you make vibrations with your like throat chakra, it reverberates throughout the tunnel and it echoes back into. And they made a casket, but what you don't understand, this casket is like their version of a baptism. And you have people like chant around you, and the vibrations seep into your brain. And like the way the ancients used to carve things, they put a piece of metal on top of a stone, right? And they would all chant around it, causing the stone, the metal to vibrate into the stone with a little bit of water, right? Tiny bit of water. And it would cut through the stone. After about an hour or so, you'd be fully through the stone without any tool marks.
Sounds interesting.
I said a little too much. Maybe I should cool down a bit.
Please. Sorry. It's not working. There we go.
It's always interesting to reach into the dark, esoteric depths of your brain.
Yeah.
You see, the problem is when you venture into the darkness, sometimes you can bring the dark back here with you. Because when you go and leave your body behind, there might be someone else with you when you come back. That's all I will say. Depends on where you go and really what you do.
It has been said, if you travel to the depths of hell, aim there.
But what you're misunderstanding, in order to get to heaven, you must first go through the fires of hell. And it's a narrow pathway.
That sounds like some good Catholic dogma.
What's that? No, it's not Catholic dogma. I'm not a Catholic.
It sounds like it.
It was completely Dante.
Are you sure those stories just weren't made to induce fear or to support compliance?
No.
Dante Alighieri.
Think about it. When you die, okay, the only thing that matters, the only thing that is ever surviving, and the only thing that is ever recycled is the soul. And I've witnessed reincarnation in my lifetime of a family member that was my brother, okay, and he chose to take his own life, yeah, and that's something ballsy. That's something I would refuse to do. However, you know, he did always say to me he always wanted to be a girl. And he always wanted to have a girl as a child. And thy will be done, and so mote it be.
So doesn't that kind of create a counter for your whole heaven and hell after death concept?
But you don't get his soul, his work was not done. And so therefore he must repeat life over again. You don't get it. When you fuck up, you have to go through the same shit over and over. The lessons never stop. They only repeat and get harder, you see.
That's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
And they repeat until you learn them.
So is that what you're calling
and the
hell?
only time learning stops is when you die.
Some people call it hell. Some people call it life.
But I've seen hell in life. Does that mean I get to be one with everything when I die? No. That would be selfish.
That depends on your interpretation of it all. Yeah.
You know what would be the blessing of blessings? If we died and we found eternal peace forever in our silence, in our nothingness.
I think I'd probably get bored.
Of what? Nothing? How could you ever? Is my question to you. If you have no emotions when you die, and believe me, when you die.
Well, how do you know it's peace if you have
I've
no
died
emotions?
3 times in my life. My longest time dead was for 20 minutes. Now, according to our medical professionals, I should be a brain dead vegetable.
Well, we're still holding that up for debate. So don't worry. But all good. You're still here. You're still coherent. We're still, existing in this plane of existence. So
But
let's
how can
keep
you
on
prove
doing
to
that.
me that you're not just imagining it?
Sorry,
In some kind of disillusion of grandeur.
Yeah, but do you need the proof? Can't you just exist with it?
It depends on what your level of faith is.
Yeah, true as.
Yeah, I found many interesting schools of thought on whatever happens after you physically expire. I'm personally more interested in the schools of thought of making the quality of life better, freer, more open. Personally, this
Interesting how you say that. You know the story of King Midas, yes?
Is he the gold touch dude?
Yeah. Right.
He was more into materialism than making spiritual gold, yeah? So his alchemy was to create gold. And he became so obsessed with it that one day he woke up and then everything he touched would turn to gold.
Yeah, that would kind of suck if you reached the wrong places.
But you know, like that's what you quantify as an equitable world. I don't think that will ever happen. And if it does happen, it will be through some subjugation other than human consciousness. Meaning, like, I don't know, some kind of machine learning. They figured out how to put humanity in a box and put a bow tie on it, you know?
You don't think there are logistics
you're
experts
right,
out
but-
there and, people who need jobs that could coordinate all this waste into areas that are needed?
What do you think's happening in California as we speak? No, don't you think they're using eminent domain to seize people's houses, to just run a bulldozer over it, and then build a 3 to 4 story duplex? You know what I mean? Quadplex.
Seeing that intensification around our local area as well. It's 50 years.
Did you hear in Chicago they were making an apartment thing out of shipping containers, but they can't make it. They can't finish making it. Why? Because shipping container shortage. But like, who the hell wants to live in a shipping container? Doesn't that sound like the lowest of? Like, that's got to be fucking cold as hell in the winter, dude. It's a steel crate. It's a box.
Yeah, it speaks to really loss of manufacturing technology if you've got to repurpose someone else's metal box to make a house.
Whoops.
Do you know, I built a couple of geodesic domes during my life. You know what that is?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the most beautiful part about it, the only math you need to know is the Pythagorean theorem. Or the Fibonacci sequence, because, it goes hand in hand together. It is that golden ratio.
A squared, B squared, C squared.
So yeah, I don't know. I think somebody had to do some real serious convincing to convince me that we don't have the capabilities to use not only the things that are wasted and dying to make sure people don't waste away and die, but also the redistribution of unneeded things to places that are needed. I think it's just a lack of effort, lack of will.
Well, that's what I said when I first came in here. I have no need for a liberation. What I need is will.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we're in a.
Please, I gotta go.
Hey, good to talk.
It was good talking to everybody, but yeah, I keep screwing this up.
Good night, Betty.
Good night, guys. I'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Betty. Hope to see you again.
Yeah, she's gone. Manji, what do you do for work, bro? And another thing I'd like to say, have you seen they have the Massilia coffins now? Like,
oh yeah,
yeah, you can bury it and dissolve into mushrooms, or you can do it and do it like they'll make you buried into a tree. I like that idea better. so you can sprout up
I saw
from the
this.
tree, and
I
you know
saw this
live again.
The other day. What was it? It was turning remains into like coral reefs. Like I can't remember what they called them.
That's a stupid idea. That's almost as stupid as the Swiss. The Swiss made a forest out of skeletons. Have you seen that? That's a sight to see.
Is that like a new Halloween attraction?
You wish. No. It's it's usually close to the vineyards. They take all the dead bodies they have, all the bones, and they finagle them all together to look like trees. It's because they have no space in Europe for dead bodies. Like Orthodox monks, like they carry the bones of their martyrs around their necks. I remember when I was a little boy, he's like, touch this, and I touched it, and it was warm and like felt like really, really hot. And I'm like, why is this so warm? And he goes, oh, that's a holy man. It's the bones of a saint. I'm like, oh wow.
So yeah, I guess that basically takes us back to education. What are we doing to grow more people that can help the future?
I suppose that's incumbent upon every person and the youth that they raise. What is that?
But that's not what your elected officials.
I think we're doing a pretty shit job of educating our youngsters as well.
Well, that's the purpose. Like the elites don't want people. Like, okay, can I quote Frederick Douglass to you, if you don't mind? Frederick Douglass said, "When a man comes to wisdom, he makes for a very terrible slave." Now you know why America's having so much problem with people to work. It's because everyone thinks.
Well, yeah, you've got to slaves and not enough masters.
You guys both talked at once. I didn't catch that. I think you said master classes, Manji.
Oh yeah, too many slaves, not enough masters. That's the problem at the moment, right?
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Yeah.
No, the opposite. There's too many people who are just droning, carrying on doing the stuff, not paying any attention to what's happening.
Have you seen the Karen robot nurses? Have you seen the auto? What is it called? It's like Micro Chef robotics. It's like people. It's like a robot on a dolly that or like on a chain from the ceiling, and it like flips burgers and fries food and shit. This automation nation, dude. It's like the end of the need to work because there's going to be more robots and robots taking jobs than anything else.
So what are we all going to be doing? Sitting at home and managing our crypto portfolios?
No,
or are the robots
you won't
going to
even
do
get
that?
that. You'll get. Listen to me. This is what the plan is, and I know this from good source. You'll get $2,000 a month to live off of. But if you don't use the money within the month, it will be given to someone else.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
But like, think about it this way. It sounds good, yeah. To begin with, all free money, you think it's free. No.
As long as you present your vaccine card, you know.
I don't think that vaccine card is going to cut it. But I have something to show you. I think you will get it once I show it to you. Hold on.
Mr. Boston is typing ...
So whatever dystopia we can see on the horizon, are we just gonna, bow our heads and walk toward it? Or are we gonna like look up and look around at each other and be like, fuck this, it's time to do something?
Yeah, for me, I think the latter.
Yeah, it's definitely time to make a stand. There's
Oh yes, I agree. I agree with you there, my southern friend. You see, in Europe, they can't really do anything about it. They don't have any fucking guns. And the second they say it's time to take the guns, that's when it's go time. Because if you just know history, you'll know that any time an authoritarian regime wants to take the guns, they're planning on genocide.
Yeah. I'm not sure that they can take the guns these days.
You know why? You can encapsulate your own ammo. You can fucking 3D print your own fully automatic assault rifle. So therefore, gun control has become utterly arbitrary
Legally
and meaningless.
And that's why the culling has already started. and now we have groups of people with guns supporting this. And if you don't get vaccinated, you're the bad guy. Now, I'm somebody who doesn't have the vaccination, so somebody who's vaccinated and somehow specifically protected against whatever they fear, that if their vaccination works, if I do have something, it wouldn't affect them. This is just a twisted mind loop that goes around in a circle. None of it makes any damn sense.
Neither. Agrarian societies, like, be local. Chop local. Don't feed the beast. Like, yeah, you have someone you like as a politician. Don't donate to their party. Donate to them directly. You know what I mean? It's you have to cut out the middleman. You know what I mean?
And politicians are where in the middleman scale exactly? Fuck a politician. You don't speak for me. I don't know who you are. And I'm pretty sure if you asked my actual opinion on something, it would be contrary to the publicity that's being spun around. Like, politicians are just puppets. They're not. They're another cog in the machine. The
You know what
machine has
Dr.
to stop.
Shiba said? It is not often that someone with 5 degrees who is well educated ever picks up the mantle of politics. Because they don't want smart people, self-made men going into government. Because they would end up exposing all of their lies. And, the math showed this, that if the establishment disagrees with your vote will only count for 0.6 of a person. They were stupid to fuck with an MIT 5 times PhD mathematician, like a genius who developed an artificial intelligence that you punch in all of the possibilities and it will give you like what the outcome will always be without any flaws, because it games the system like billions of times to figure out what it's telling you.
And that's why people need to get ahead of the curve and start doing things that don't support the system before it's time for the system to recognize that action. I say the system, I don't mean like a certain country or a certain sect of politics. I mean the whole damn thing. The world is based on the concept of want and money. It's not based on what is better to perpetuate potential in humankind. Like, how much have we already missed out on? I mean, how many things that would improve the quality of life in ways we can't even comprehend at this point, have people passed up in sake of a new couch or something.
Are you familiar with the Kensington event that happened in the 1800s where all the copper wires melted and telephone poles caught on fire? And it was all caused by CME, an explosion from the sun that cooked all the technology.
So do you think it'll take an outside force to wake people up and start looking at different types of actions, or?
That was CME, coronal mass ejection is what it stands for.
Yeah, no, I have not heard of that.
Heard of what?
What you just mentioned with the copper wires and the light poles and stuff.
Perhaps they obscure it so that you don't know what the event the elites are talking about is. Here's the thing, though. The nuons and muons, they penetrate onto everywhere on the earth. There's only one place that they do not penetrate. Do you know where that one place is? And these kinds of places that I'm talking about can be found pretty much all over the world. Any guesses?
Is it underwater?
Some of them are, but no. The pyramid. You know what's interesting about the pyramid is there's a kind of hieroglyph that nobody understands. You know why? Because the pyramid, the Great Pyramid at Giza, is a schematic written in the original hieroglyphic language, which was Atlantean.
Well, what you're referring to as the Great Pyramid in Giza is actually a series of 3 pyramids known as the Great Pyramid.
The Pyramid of Cheops
Giza.
is actually the Great Pyramid. Yes, you're right. But perhaps if you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you would know about how he said to build this shit after he was gone. But I think okay, you got Thoth. Then with the Greeks, you got Hermes, but go across the ocean there. What do you got? You got Quetzalcoatl, right? And I think they were the same man.
Yeah, I appreciate your cross-referencing, but really it's just another repetition of the same story of, fear and control. It loops back to the same thing at any point in history. You pointed out that these mechanisms are in place to instill fear. With
Thoth said,
they gain control. And
when I escaped Atlantis sinking, I took my friends on my spaceship here to Egypt. We built with our minds. We carved with our minds and structured the first pyramid. And then I gathered them up and I said, go ye, all of ye, in different directions and build up societies. One of them was the Hindus. Another one was the Iranians. The Persians, if you would. Another one was the Finnish. And they used to call Helsinki hell. And then when the Christians came around, they're like, oh, we were told that we have to destroy hell. And it was in, I don't know, I think it was in the 1190s that some German Pope, he was like the 10th along the line in his family or something. He wanted to make a name for himself. So he offered 30,000 gold pieces for the people to make a band of mercenaries and go kill the people from hell, in which he did genocide the people from southeastern Finland.
So yeah, we are live. This is open mic. Anybody watching from the multiple Facebook pages can click the link and come right into the chat. Discuss anything you want, whatever's on your mind. Feel free. That is the whole point.
Nice.
Feeling free. when do we ever really feel free?
Well, as long as the push to talk button still works, I feel free. Some degree of feeling of freedom.
Do you know what? I will say to you this. A true mystical person is a stranger to their very own emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think eventually you realize that you sort of got to be in touch with your emotions. Otherwise, you end up being more of an arsehole than you need to be. So it's essentially what you're saying is a true mystic is an arsehole.
With great
it's
knowledge
not,
comes great
not to
responsibility.
feel love or compassion, but to be filled with it. Do you understand? Filled with it in such a way that if someone tries to be an asshole to you, it really, you're indifferent to it. You know, like not reacting to your own negative emotions, not trying to drown them out, just be wise to them. Meaning, like, all right, anger is the lowest of emotions. Most people react when they're angry, right? Don't you? Let it twist you up inside and react upon, and you like, oh, maybe you block somebody. You understand what I mean?
No, anger is a secondary emotion. It comes after something.
If you sort of master.
Well, it comes after what?
Many different things. Hate, fear. For two, those are the basis of them. Either hate or fear.
Jealousy, envy.
Yeah, those are types of hate and fear. Yeah,
Aggravation.
I learned long time ago. I was studying psychology, and it was explained to me that the root of fear and the only cause of fear is in the mind. It's because you think somebody did or didn't do or say or didn't say something you thought they should or should not have done or said. And if you evaluate that little piece and extrapolate it, you'll find far more often it's accurate than it's not.
Do you know what Carl Jung said? Yeah, he was a Rosicrucian too, by the way. He said everyone has a good side and a bad side, like a light side and a dark side.
I mean,
do you know what?
Many philosophers had said in many different ways, when you stop viewing the world in terms of good and bad, only then can you truly begin to see it.
There you go. Sigmund Freud said, find me a sane person and I will cure them for you.
And Viktor Frankl said, find purpose to your own meaning.
Well, the Gnostics say, know thyself.
I mean, pretty much all of those old books say something like that at some point. And that's a lot of what's being ignored. I mean, yeah, you got to understand your own self, your mind, your own emotions. Until you do, you need to help yourself. And if you're still in the process of helping yourself at that point, how are you ever going to help anyone else? not just aware of your own mindset and your own emotions, but there's also the level of empathy that needs to be contemplated and utilized as well. At a very base, when our infant cries, we get up to do something for it. But we're not hearing the cries from our neighbors. We're not hearing the cries from people from other continents who are dying without the things they need while we're wasting things every day. If people aren't using their energy and their resources to do something positive, not only for themselves but for the betterment of others, then I mean, what's the point?
Think about it like this, in terms of like if you've learned a language and you don't use the language even to talk to yourself, just to practice it. If you don't use that knowledge, then you lose the knowledge.
Yeah.
Now you can see why, the ancients, like, I don't know, Plato's Republic, they sat there debating with each other all day long because they didn't want to grow old, to keep themselves sharp.
Yeah. Feed a few new ideas into your brain every now and then. It helps those neural pathways keep regenerating, and keep you young, I suppose. Challenge yourself every day. It's a good way to start.
I have a map. I want to see if you can figure out how to use it.
Are you going to show the Sephirotic Tree of Life? Don't forget Da'ath.
Check it out.
You start from your starting point, you go to Da'ath, and then you go anywhere you want. The end.
Not quite so simple.
It
But I
really
mentioned
is
to
that
you
simple,
a book.
though.
I mentioned to you a book that would make sense of this coin to you. And it's like a cosmic calendar in order to plan when to work, when to rest, when to be, merry and have a good time, when to go balls deep into business and when to abandon a lost cause. Things like that. And it happens all on, and the story of is I think her name was Betty, was talking earlier, like Ezekiel. Well,
Where
what
did
is
Betty go?
Ezekiel? It's the wheel of time. Do you get it?
Where did Betty go?
She's like, I gotta go. Bye.
All right. What did you do?
I don't think it was me. I think it was something external.
It was a pleasant exit.
I'm just messing around.
But yeah, I think there's also a line where you got to decide: are you doing so much studying that you're not doing anything with it, or like where's the line to where you understand the repetition and the spiral pattern of these all things, and you can start to begin to work with it and do stuff.
Okay, what do you know about the philosopher? I think his name was Voltaire.
I would cite I want to cite some quotes from Wang Yongming, the Chinese philosopher, who talks about knowledge and actions continuous advance.
Some things. Hold on, let me find it for you. 1 second.
All right. So, can you guys hear me? All right.
We can. Everything you say should be true, but not everything true should be said. And that's what I wanted to quote for you from Voltaire.
So mine is this is from Wang. He says, "Knowledge is the direction for action, and action the completion of knowledge." Also, there's 3 of them. Knowledge in its genuine and earnest aspect is action, and action in its intelligent and discriminating aspect is knowledge. And then the final one. This is to lose sight of the basic purpose of the ancients. I have said that knowledge is the direction for action, action the effort of knowledge, and that knowledge is the beginning of action and the completion of knowledge, and action the completion of knowledge. So they're like there's a unity between the internal and the external, I think, and between the action and knowledge.
Yeah, if you have if it's not connected, if that knowledge doesn't lead to action, then you're just you're denying something. I think that's where Nice is getting at.
This book. It was called The Rosicrucian Talisman, but I don't think it's in print anymore. I think they stopped printing it after World War II, but there's one Nazi that was really obsessed with it. I think it was the guy who made their version of like the Nazi occult shit, like the Black Sun Society and that gang of people. And before that, it was the Thule Society, if you know that history at all, Ben.
I wonder if 100 years from now, words like Democrat and Republican will have the same stain as Nazi.
Like that was what I was gonna say. Well, it's not that. I was gonna say though, in politics, we have this situation with knowledge now, where it's like even 100 years ago, democracies could sort of be used against you. The ignorance of the masses and the mass psychology manipulability, like just
oh yes,
all the peer pressure, different things like. But I mean, it's used against us and like perfected even, and maybe. And then, but it hypothetically, and there's just dangers about going along with, and then them being able to be led like that. I mean, probably a whole history of like newspapers trying to sort of put ideas and persuade.
Now you guys think if the squeeze keeps on the economy and bacon just this year alone went up 20%, if it does that year after year, do you really think we're going to be in pretty shape by 2030? No, we'll probably be broken and defeated, depending on the state, right?
Hell no, every time I fill up my pickup truck, I need some bacon.
Do you know how to convert wood into gasoline? Or wood into oil? Or wood into diesel? I mean, if you could figure this one out, you could probably brew some mean moonshine, Neezer.
That sounds like some dark lightning right there. That's what we need. How you turn wood into fuel like that?
You drive it down a condenser, like you burn it in a bucket, and it condenses through the tube, and you got to drain it out into other buckets, and like the first drainway gets the heavy oil. Second drainway gets the gasoline. The third one, I'm sorry, the second one gets the diesel, and the third one gets the vapors that collect into being gasoline.
I got an old Chevy you can convert to use that if you want it. I'd love to see that.
Have you ever watched Mr. Teslonian on YouTube? He has like a wood fire truck. Hold on, let me pull up the video 1 second.
smoke.
What was that? What happened? Hello?
Ready to go. I've got buckets of wood ready here.
Look at this shit, dude. Ain't that the most ghetto shit you ever seen? But it works. And he learned all this shit from a FEMA book.
I'll definitely have to look at that and do some fact finding. Interesting.
Oh, you know what? He shows you. He'll walk you through all of it on video how he did it. And he even has like he even did a hydrogen converter in that. That's some epic shit.
So, what is the topic of tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, and other?
Open mic.
Hello, Anonymous. I was just talking about a wood-powered truck that made gasoline from wood, and I went through the process of making gasoline from wood.
Yeah, I read they found a whole bunch of dead octopus somewhere or something. Anybody know about all them dead octopus?
I haven't heard anything about that.
Barry Prince. Maybe I can get him to join the call. He used to specialize in mass fish die-offs in his region in British Columbia. Give me a sec.
Interesting. Come to think of it, I was on the ocean the other weekend, and I was like, why can't I fucking catch anything? And then I'm like, oh yeah. Then there are pirate fishermen that use this, kind of net that's banned by the United Nations, and it just scoops from the bottom to top and just fucking dragnet pulls up everything. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess they're saying in Russia on Monday they found a whole bunch of dead sea life off the Kamchatka Peninsula and may have been contaminated with toxic chemicals, just like Greenpeace had warned them in the past.
Did you hear about Lake Baikal? It was like something like 7 miles underneath the ice sheet, and it was like a lake with some kind of strange prehistoric octopus that had like psychic powers, and it had the ability to release some kind of toxin that would paralyze people while they were in the water. And so it ate like 27 divers, and eventually they captured one of them, and then just pissed off the rest of them. And so they wanted to get their friend back, and so they molded their bodies to look like a scuba diver. And so the people would swim towards one of them, and fucking just ate the fuck out of them some more. But they captured that one. And no great at great losses, I might add. But they wanted to study what made it tick, My Russian friend told me that Stalin engineered half-bred gorilla and men that used to work in factories, and they still do.
Huh. Do you have something to show of these gorilla men who work in factories? I don't doubt it, actually.
It would not surprise me. I mean, Stalin was a real piece of shit.
Like what? Gorilla human hybrids? Can you send some pictures or an article showing it, or is it just like hypothetical theory?
He was very positive about it, but I did not really care enough to research. I just kind of believed it. And I'm sure like there should be some evidence somewhere. Oh, hold on.
So, how many other things do you think you just believe in without researching?
And this is my point. I'm not trying to put down the network, but we do discredit ourselves by just saying things for the sake of saying them. I mean,
okay, yeah, well, I don't know.
I mean, it's a usual segue into it's a usual segue into the inner workings of the human mind. I mean, legitimate question though: how often do people just blindly believe whatever they feel is a good source and just run with it without doing any research? And how many people trust their parents to that degree to believe in all the things that they were, raised up to believe? How much blind following is going on?
There's documentation. I mean, it was released after the fall of the Soviet Union that Stalin worked on that shit. I mean, like the Soviet Union did a lot of things. There was this Russian man who like got attacked by a dog when he was a kid, and he was speaking to the dog inside of his mind, and he convinced the dog that he wasn't out to hurt him and to please not hurt him, and he was able to intimidate the dog and get the dog to obey all of his commands. And that's when he realized he had a gift. And it was not just with dogs, although the Soviet Union was only concerned with him being able to control dogs. But they put him in a Faraday cage to see if he could control the dog. And it did not work when he was inside of the cage. But the second he left the cage, the dog obeyed every one of his commands without him reasserting what he originally had thought. So it was like there was a blockage between the connection between his mind and the dog's mind.
Oh, I'm not trying to argue or discredit you in any way. I just want to see something documented to support. I think it's an interesting topic. I'd like to look more into it.
The Russian dog whisperer. That being said, I'm going to go get high.
Do you mean high as in substance consumption or high as in energy, frequency, vibration ratios? Anybody out there listening? You see the link in the description. Go ahead, click it, jump on the call. This is open mic. Speak your mind. Organic reach for all people. Freedom of speech it's very important. We do not want to be suppressed. There's so much of that going on. Here's at least one place for sure you can come and say what's on your mind and be heard.
Welcome to the resurgence of Anonymous Radio. I'm Fox from Anonymous Radio Redux. And we're just trying to keep the show interesting here if anybody would like to call in. Also, I have a landline. You can call the station at 1207-619-1414. You can text me anyway.
Was that a random stream of numbers, or did you just give your home phone number away to whoever's watching?
No, it's a Google. It's a voice over IP number. It's anonymous and provided by Google.
You like that one, Lisa?
Yeah. So Google has this thing called Voice, where you can get a free number, and it's completely untraceable. So
If
Feel
Google's
free to
providing
text
it, my
Brian.
friend, it is not untraceable.
I only say text only because voice wants me to fucking link a real phone number before I can start calling out again. It's fucking glitch.
Yeah.
So what's going on in Boston, Mr. Boston?
I have moved out of the city. I like the countryside far better. Not much, man.
Okay, so
you?
basically the world is fucking ending and we're talking about virtually nothing, but do any of you have guests that
Why
you
do you
interview
perceive it to be
regularly?
ending? Is my question to you.
Do you guys have any guests you are familiar with that might want to come on? People you talk with on Facebook, people you interview on a like real life basis that might want to come on the show and talk?
I don't want to let any cats
Yeah, I
out of
was
any
gonna-
bags, but there are some things in the works for several different things moving forward in the future. We're working, both ends against the middle between that and getting a bigger audience for the people when they do come on to have the reach that's expected for their expertise or whatnot.
I have never seen that photo before, but that is kind of intriguing. It was Hitler shaking an alien's hand. You know what? The bone that the Soviet Union thought it was Hitler's face bone, that American scientists went over there and stole a little scratch of a sample. And by that little scratch of a sample, he was able to determine it was not Hitler's bone. And it was just the bone of some woman around her mid-30s, like the skull bone.
It's always good to prove these things, eh?
Well, look it up for yourself. It's always good to do your own research. That way nobody's telling you what something is without you verifying it for yourself.
It's good to be able to at least give people a segue into the research, provided your opinion of things. I mean, how do you come to the ideas that you come to? Since
I speak Russian, I've had a Russian friend for 20 years. Most people in the intelligence community call me an expert.
Sure, it sounds convincing. Mildly schizophrenic, but I love you anyway. What is everybody's state looking like so far as the pandemic is concerned? Are you guys going back into lockdown mode yet?
No one wears masks here in Massachusetts. Packed bars, packed restaurants, empty hospitals.
Here in West Virginia, there's mask mandates, but they're not enforcing them. Well, not usually.
Benjamin Franklin once said, when tyranny becomes the law, rebellion becomes duty.
Yeah, are they...
Oh, God.
Are the masks actually being mandated, or are they being
It's somewhat of a
recommended?
stretch called mask mandate tyranny.
I mean, I'm sure they got it. Like Baker the Faker probably has them on the books as I don't know. They can be, they can write you up for it, but there's no fine that can be levied against you, constitutionally speaking.
So by mandate, they mean you're going to get some kind of social demerit or less likes on your Facebook page or what? I mean,
it beats me. You know what? Nobody's enforcing it. So again, there's a separation between the federal government and then we the people, and then there's another separation from state to state. Like if you're henchmen are not willing to enforce the laws that you're imposing on people, then they're not going to be upheld. Even in Seattle, like 50% of the cops there are like, we're not enforcing this shit, enforce it yourself.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, in my local area, we've got mask mandates and restrictions on mass gatherings.
They have fucking detention
But it
centers
was interesting
in
to-
Australia, man. I feel so fucking bad for you. I would be fucking making contact
I mean-
explosives and stocking them up.
Is that really happening though? Like, are people really being dragged off in Australia?
I've watched video of it. I've seen video from inside of there. So I don't know. I like We Are Change. Luke Rudowski.
Dude, I read a chapter of We Are Change, and that shit ain't what you think it is, man.
Oh yeah.
It's good to have some of these voices, though.
How about Queensland? That
Despite what they're
bitch
saying.
seems fucking batshit crazy. Hold on. Let me find the video.
But yeah, no, not in Australia.
Queensland, you know what I'm talking about? That is Australia.
Yeah.
No,
but you can
I'm
hear-
sorry.
you
I'm sorry. It
can
wasn't
hear, like,
Queensland. It was New South Wales.
Yeah, but I mean, you can hear a bunch of shit about something that's happening in a country like, oh, Sweden's being invaded by refugees. It's a Muslim pandemic, crazy bombing, da-da-da-da. And then,
That was a lie
their
because,
family over there, and they're just like, that's not happening.
However, the people really did get raped in Germany. I mean,
I know that's not related. I'm just,
that really
I'm
happened.
just giving a shitty example.
Yeah.
Man, G says it's not happening though, so I don't know.
No, it's not happening in my local jurisdiction. I'm not in Australia, man.
Oh fuck, I forgot you're in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Now it's the
All I can
not
say
the
over
five.
here is that without people enforcing it, then without anyone caring, then yeah, there's not a lot been done. I went to the movies the other day, and you meant to do a seating plan, so you're all separated by a couple of seats. And, no one, everyone's wearing masks until they go in and sit down and stop breathing or whatever we're doing. Anyway, I get there and find my seats occupied by two people. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is my seat, and I'm meant to be in my own little bubble. And they're like, well, fuck that. I said, oh yeah, and what about the mask? Oh yeah, no, we're not wearing masks. I'm like, yeah, well, it probably goes together. Not wearing mask and not caring about where people's seats go. So that attitude. Oh, all right, I've got to go. Minecraft.
Yeah, gotta fly myself. Catch you guys later.
Yeah, guys, thanks. Coming out. Nice to see you.
I just can't hit the push to talk button without switching out of Minecraft.
Have a good one. Thank you. Anybody, anywhere, what's on your mind?
Well, before I go, I'm currently washing all the face masks. So yeah. Someone I posted a photo on, was it Facebook or something, of all the masks hanging up drying. And someone said, shit, is that your underwear drying? But, as I always say, treat it like underwear. Don't touch it in public. If it's wet, change it. Don't fiddle with it.
Did you get a chance to check out the videos that were shared yesterday on in general about the doctor that was speaking up against the vaccines and advising the hospital to stop following what the CDC was saying, and that he would represent them with an expert testimony anytime.
I didn't catch them myself.
I listened to the audio file. It was the female speaking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was a pretty direct statements made there.
Yeah, I want to see what other people say about that. I mean, I haven't heard anything about that particularly.
Hey, Cypher.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Just chatting, trying to find a topic to sink teeth into.
Good.
I'm mainly just listening.
The house is quite full today.
In life, people can take away everything from you. They can take your job. They can take your money away. Yeah. They can take everything from you. They can even take your life. But the one thing they can never steal away from you is that which you know to be truth within your heart.
Yep.
My father taught me this at a young age, and my grandfather tortured Nazis for the OFSB. That's how my family got its citizenship to America. On my father's side, at least. The other side has been here since the Mayflower.
All right.
In my eyes, other people are just reflections of yourself.
So what is it that you say to yourself when you look at, like child sex slavery and starvation?
Those are two very different topics. Slavery is and it's still on the earth today. I mean, the other day, me and Ben were talking about pirate fishermen that I don't know if shanghaied is the right term, but they drugged them and put them on a boat. And then eventually they were working in a fish factory when they got to their, slave island somewhere in the Pacific. Someone got butthurt. Oh no. In terms of pedophilia, like you'd have to go, I don't know, like the Romans were really bad at that, like Saturnalia. Like I think we were talking about that earlier when the Jewish lady was here with me. Betty.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's still alive today, but there definitely is a huge industry of, human trafficking, whether it's for sex or otherwise. But yeah, it actually does tie right into the type of atrocities that fellow human beings allow to exist around them.
Oprah Winfrey makes a facial cream that's made out of from the stem cells of foreskins.
I mean, that does sound pretty far-fetched.
Look into it, dude. And it's like people don't believe me when I tell them they still use cocaine to flavor Coca-Cola. It's just doesn't get you high.
Like, no,
they took out all the parts that are good about it.
I don't want to look into any more problems. I want to look into solutions.
So name me a solution.
Was it Open Cola?
the free and open alternative to cola.
Never heard of that.
How about just the internet, like free, open?
But for how long may that be the case?
I mean, it's kind of almost in the same way that like it's not, but obviously the others are more fundamental. But like water or healthcare are sort of like just it's something that benefits like literally everybody to have that available for everybody. Obviously.
Yeah, and that's just a simple logistics. I mean, it's not like we have to build whole new ships to transport things. It's not like we have to do any of that. All we have to do is focus on the area of needs instead of greed. You're telling me the 10,000 richest people on this planet, 10 of them couldn't come together and make a plan that wouldn't hurt their bottom line or their quality of life in any way to get food everywhere on the planet that needs it? I mean, shit, we waste more food than that, or just simple medicines for, basic antibiotics or things that have already been cured for decades.
I got only like one video on my YouTube channel, but it is the best 7 minutes you'll ever spend. It's very educational, you see. If you are unaware of history, then you are ultimately doomed to repeat it, no?
I find that people look only at the glorified parts of history and not the struggles that made it history or the manipulation around what's put into history. So we do believe certain things. It's much simpler than most other things. Really, it's just a matter of focus and will. And quite frankly, it doesn't make people money to save lives. It makes people money to enslave them.
Did you not see that?
I don't think history is really simple though. It's super complex. Like the more I learn about history, I just like find more complexity and more complexity and more complexity.
Did you see that leaked document from J.P. Morgan Sachs to his top investors? And he goes, "Oh, stem cell, that is very promising. But I'm not in the business of curing people of their sicknesses, you see. I'm in the business of treating people's sickness. And it's not profitable to cure all the diseases and problems. No, I think there's a bigger industry in treating them." And that was a private letter. That wasn't supposed to be leaked. But, you know what they say about loose lips.
So when I was like, I think it was like 17, 18, I had this idea, like maybe silly, but thinking about like proportionately, like how many people are in a town or something or a city, and like how many maybe jam rooms would be necessary for like people, like if everybody just like anybody's a musician or somebody who couldn't afford instruments could have a place to go to play music. But these days I'm kind of thinking more about like a 24-hour, like like what you're doing right here, or like a 24-hour open mic, or like in the classic sense, like a restaurant, but it's also streamed, or like a bar, like but it's also streamed, and then or maybe multiple rooms, or just like a studio that wouldn't just be for like music and having musicians play in a bunch of jam rooms types of equipment setups, but like have like different kinds of spaces for like all sorts of different types of spaces for like anything that you would want to record or like live stream or whatever. And then it'd be like a place where people could like, I guess, meet and talk about techniques and what do we call it, programs and editing and different whatever, if you come up with things to collaborate on. But yeah, I think it'd be cool. YouTube does it to a small extent. Like YouTube has a YouTube creator whole fancy thing in like Los Angeles, or there's a couple things around. Like there's one There's some other places, but something like that. I think it could be a type of solution. Maybe. Still, I think it's a stupid idea. But then I was just scrolling through my YouTube feed and I saw Portland has opened a selfie studio place that you can go in. There's all these rooms that you take these different types of selfies, and I'm like, yeah, I guess my idea isn't absolutely stupid because that's an absolutely stupid idea. But in my opinion.
Welcome, Zed. How are you? Hello? This is open mic. Feel free to say. Bye, Zed. All right.
I mean,
yeah, Ben, I think there's a lot of merit in the concept of places where people can go within their communities to do various things. I'm not sure if selfies is the best application for that. I think maybe like gardens and small farms would be a good place to start. That's just my personal opinion, but I love the concept.
Yeah, no, art. I think art's important though, and that's part of community building.
Imagine if we got together, we all put money in, did the same thing Tim Pool is doing. We could build whatever the hell we want. We could build a city. We could build a town. Like, it's all about what kind of skills you bring to do.
Yeah, I think they call that churches.
I thought I had the greatest idea for a while, but then I realized it came up with there's some big snags. So I wish I could figure out how to work past the snags. But it's like along what you were saying, Nicer, is like I was just thinking, there's all these people that have land that's not being used, not all of these people. There's an amount of people with like land that they're not using. It could potentially be, farmable. And there's also these people that don't have, jobs. There's also these people that don't have food. Right? It seems like there's a natural like equation here. So like if you could use the technology of like, like the technology that Airbnb uses, right? The technology that like I don't know.
Chainsaws. I've got miter saws.
So can I actually speak? So it's like it's just so it's kind of complex idea, and I just it'd be cool if you could connect all those different people who like have those different needs. I need food. I need like I have this extra property and maybe I need extra money. I want to work. I like the idea of working for like a good cause, like an organic. I think I want it to be like something that's like organic, like the way it was grown hundreds of years ago. That organic, but I know that there's complications. So the real snag would be whenever you talk about the people's property and it's their property still, but then like what if you invest a bunch of money, but then they're like, this is too loud or this is too something, and then like there's a super like an issue and there's like a very big issue with sort of that. But I think if the thing could get going and
be make the land and bring all these people, you have to make an agreement.
If it could get going and be a nonprofit or a co-op that was of some kind of success, then the thing itself could buy its own property. It's where like facilitate something, and then like so my idea with it was like maybe like take a percentage of it, 10-15%, and just like keep that as like a wildlife reserve. Take another 10%, make it as like a park and like a place for the community, and then like take like another 5%, 10%, like make it for make it for like little cottages or fucking whatever, some kind of places that if you work for the thing for like 5 years, then you can get like a place to live for like 90% off. I don't know, free. I don't know, whatever, and just try to develop something so there's like always a place for like nature to coexist with the and then it's like being done like maybe with some assistance of technology. I picture like little like minecart looking things that were like semi like solar powered. I don't know, something that's like partially like you're using your hand,
but
like physical labor, partially
I listed shows you how to make a ground battery, right? That produces 2,000 volts a day. And, like that guy has some very useful shit. He had like a generator that worked without gasoline, and it just worked off of like it showed it all on his channel. You want to pull up the ground battery for you? Hold on a sec.
Yeah, Manji has shared a couple times a really good thing that is actually going on. Time banks is an actual thing where people are trading effort for effort.
This shit. That's what I was talking about. I was really curious to see this because, like, the process of making the electricity makes like a corrosion happen between an anode and a cathode, you know? But this guy's real smart. Like, I would wager he's mildly maybe like on the autistic genius spectrum because he doesn't like people commenting on his videos ever. But that just goes to show you, like, there's nothing you can gain from the external sources. This man searches for the wisdom from within himself. And that's where his brilliance comes from.
Lots of good information. Thank you, everybody.
Me and Ben are not the type of people that like bullshit or wasting our time. I used to like people, but now I'm like almost hermetic in my ideal of isolationism.
All right, so what we're going to do here is to show you one of our...
Do you mean hermetic as it's translated or transliterated?
Transformated. Like alchemy. Like not making gold, but making gold of your soul, your spirit. From the base material, which is, you know, how good is your average person? You know what I'm saying? That's a long process. I mean, like, it's a strange thing of virtue, I must add. It's like whenever you do have sex, it's more of in terms of like reaching enlightenment and not reaching climax during the session. You know what I mean? You stop just before you ever do. You don't waste your seed. And it kind of like, I don't know. It's like a spiritual catapult. If I were to articulate it,
I'm sure that's a good pickup line with the hippie chicks.
The Ankh is inside of your body, like meaning you have the ability to be both good and evil. And it's about balancing like both the left and right hand. If one part is too dominant, then you're not balanced. You see what I mean?
So I wrote a bunch of silly ideas. I call this thing utile. So it's like supposed to be the opposite of futile, like utility, because I feel like everything on the internet, a lot of things you do, everything from artists to whatever people who want to organize things, everything. It just seems like there's so much futility in what you do. It's just discouraging. So the opposite could be possible. I don't. Anyway, that's enough spiel. It's like on Patreon, but I consider it my blog. It never really got attention. But I like backed it all up because it got shut down for a second because it said inactivity. But so I decided to back it up. It's like 20 something thousand words. It's a lot of shit I wrote, but it is somewhat like it's hard. It's not. It's just some like rough ideas. I think really is all it's really worth. But I posted like the link to. I think one of it's like says like farmlands model. It like talks a little bit cursory or just basically about what I was trying to talk about. Yeah, I realized it runs into there's really big problems, but at the same time, like, it seems community-like, and then, like, it's kind of other ideas about it, and to where, like, I just feel like that if people were like, okay, here's organic food and it's grown locally, I just feel like everybody kind of wants things like that, right? And trying to really produce good, really good quality food for people. I don't know. Maybe we have potential, but there's, farming's not like easy at all, and there's all kinds of problems.
As you can tell, if I look inside.
But you know what? If you put copper filaments around something that is growing, right, and you plug in like 9 volts into it, it will stimulate the growth ratio of the plant itself, making more fruitful plants.
Well,
I have some
do know
deep experience
that like certain like caterpillars and stuff, they won't crawl over a copper wire. I know that's something to do with that, like because like caterpillars and things will go after the fruity cannabis, especially the strawberry cannabis strain.
Ash, because to the insect, ash resembles fire, which is death to the insects. So they understand it very well. It's genetically attuned into them, actually.
So, Ben, you said part of the difficulty is that farming is difficult, but from my understanding, there's at least some type of greenhouse that will assist with that could work anywhere on the planet.
Correct. Have you ever seen Russian greenhouses? They have them in Siberia, and then just like pipe aluminum shit through the roof and just keep a fire burning 24 hours a day.
Personally,
you remind me. The Chinese, they put their water heaters on the roofs everywhere. So I think that just makes sense. Like in the summer, you save a lot of money.
Energy, resources, yes. Maybe not money per se, but energy and resources. But the point that I was making with that is that while it may be difficult, it can be done. Effort can be applied. There can be resources distributed to put greenhouses. Say little villages don't want their cultures messed with. That's fine, okay. But there's nothing stopping us from putting 3 greenhouses out there and growing a different array of fruits and vegetables, so they don't starve to death while preserving their culture.
Ben probably knows this well. The Chinese are working on making green cities, and in Boston, they're encouraging people to grow on their roofs because, there's not enough food being grown right now. How do you service?
I haven't heard about the Chinese.
A large population. I mean, when I grow,
the Chinese are.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Just gonna say the Chinese are doing something with the algae research that Bush banned in 2006 or something, because the universities were funding this research that was going to that leads to fuel production through algae, and it threatens people that like Bush's cohorts. So
the oil industries, but that all changes when electric cars get more to the market. But I think before that ever happens,
the algae fuel burns clean. Like,
do you know what the pioneers
used to good
some kind of certain, it's like a moss that can be found anywhere inside of America. It's called a lichen, something like that. Apparently it has a lot of protein in it, but it doesn't have any vitamins. That's the problem.
And it's also messing up part of what messes up the Gulf. But when you consider there's thousands of gas and oil rigs out there, it's like
I'm talking about something that only grows on rocks.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm thinking of algae and stuff.
It's like that, but it's different. It grows
There's
almost
so many
like fungus. I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna try and find a picture of it for you.
I mean, even regardless of all that, we've got celebrities and mega billionaires taking joyrides out to just look at the earth. I mean, how much money was spent that endeavor, and how could those resources not have went to something, positive for humanity?
All right,
No,
this
so I
is
read
what
an
I'm
article.
talking about. It doesn't grow on rocks; it grows on trees.
Yeah, those resources, they're pouring them into getting free of this humanity, getting out there, preserving their consciousness, whatever they're trying to do. For
There's
the
an
rest of
article.
humanity, they're not interested, right?
You can survive off this if you have to. I'm sure it's rather flavorless. Yeah, edible lichens, a great famine food. Use as antibiotics, it says. Wow. Ain't that interesting?
Yeah, spirulina is another
That's like,
algae that's
is
packed
it
with
like
protein.
ginger?
It's almost like Greek oregano in the sense that shit's a powerful antibiotic as well. That shit grows like wildfire in my yard.
So are you talking? Is that the Chinese thing, Boston?
It's not Chinese, like it
That
grows
Chinese
all
mushroom.
over
It's
the
called.
place. Like the Appalachian Trail covers the entire East Coast for the most part. I think it ends somewhere in the Blue Ridge Mountains near the Black Mountains of North Carolina. Somewhere along.
So I was going to say to Nicer about the whole jet celebrity space tour fun thing.
You can probably find this in the Rocky Mountains too, I would wager. It's something that the pioneers use. I mean, the pilgrims used it. This is some old time medicine shit I'm passing down to you.
Excellent, and thank you. If we could try to respect each other and talk one at a time and let each other finish, that would be awesome.
Fair enough.
I've been trying to butt it. I just wanted to say there's a article I read about 2 or 3 years ago that kind of made me mad. Nicer, I wanted to say that to you because I know you're on the same feeling about it. Is like there's Boeing and Saudi Arabian government or company that's partnering to make these these newer models of these kinds of jets, and they go up into space and back and whatever, and just like. I'm looking at it and you just know it's burning like astronomical amount of oil. It's just like, how can we squander oil? Like it probably is the amount of oil, could probably 100 NASCAR races, every single car full of oil, just make it, halfway there. I don't know. I'm cynical. I just feel like why,
mechanically speaking, I know you're
has been purposely manipulated for 100 years. We've had 100 years of inefficiency. We need 100 years of super efficiency, or we're totally screwed. And these people, their hubris and pompous arrogance.
When you make gasoline, what does it make? It makes diesel, it makes oil, and it makes gasoline. What else does it make? You're missing the fourth component of this puzzle. What?
Pollution?
Like plastics and stuff.
Other than plastics, it makes another liquid. What is the fourth liquid it makes?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I think it's like glycerin. Am I wrong?
Kerosene. That's what jet fuel is.
Fuel,
it's
right?
Aviation kerosene. Right? Am I wrong?
Well, yeah, whatever it is, it's being wasted. These are resources that people are putting millions and billions of dollars into to, like you said, rather roundy track, people watching NASCAR or people, flying into space for a joyride. It's a waste of resources, and humans are dying without.
It's disgusting.
And nicer. It's basically we could have used the stuff that we used with the technology we had for 500 or 1,000 years, but we just burned up, just so people could get massive, extra, quicker profits. Wow, I'm so impressed. You're so, you're so suave and chic, and so, I think you just that kind of, those kind of filthy rich people just make me want to barf and throw up, and I don't know how that can be esteemed as at all anything. You know what I mean? I think that's why they don't use limos as much anymore, because they know. It's kind of that ostentatious, decadent shit. It's disgusting. They probably know it themselves somehow. I don't know how they sleep. It's definitely the way I look at it, man. It's the freaking Buckminster Fuller. He developed this car, that got 30 miles a gallon in 1930. and it was rejected for bullshit reasons. Supposedly, some asshole was driving at like 100 miles an hour in Chicago and wrecked it, and killed himself and killed people. So that was the reason to not have it. Or the LED light bulb, whatever, or type of light bulb that can get it's 20 times more efficient. Like, if we could have just developed and innovated that technology 10 years earlier, 20 years earlier, how much coal would not have been burned? And like this is real matters of real efficiency. Before even Einstein said E equals mc squared, and they had the law of the energy conversion or constancy, whatever the hell. I don't care. Point is that I think that that's almost mumbo jumbo, because like all that nirvana, it's all zen, whatever bullshit, and the idea of that the environmental concerns, which is the environment is literally everything, and everything we breathe, eat, drink, obviously, and it's just that the environmental concerns are just about climate change. I mean, it's really massive, but it's also toxicity and contamination and the way we look at things, and so like the efficiency has been drilled in people's heads, utilitarianism, like back in the day, ecology, environment, but still like, and these things matter. The efficiency matters. People are doing it, like basically making things inefficient on purpose. Historically, it's happened. City planners.
That's correct.
Ford company bought out the trolley system in St. Louis, like under the guise of that they were going to keep it going, and within a year and a half, every single line was like ripped out of the city for no reason. They're perfectly good. There was all these car companies, these electric trolleys, a fucking 100 years ago. And then, it's like, well, we just got to use this inefficient technology, and then we'll get to better stuff. But they're purposely, and the ignorance, the media, it's all very disgusting and ignorant as fuck, and we're ruining it for
a moment. And we're talking about Carrington,
withering away.
There's a CME, coronal mass ejection, which is the sun cooking the planet. And what happens is it cooks all the electricity. It makes copper boil. Plasma rips up, not like, how you can go to the desert and you see, like, they call them pictographs, but they're not pictographs. Like, if you go to a plasma lab, you'd see the same kind of markings, if it's hitting stone, because like it's something, it cuts into it like a scar, or like a burn, I should say. What's interesting to me is that at the South Pole, there is coal on the surface. And what that tells me is that at some point, some stream of plasma so powerful hit the earth and converted organic material into coal. There are trees that grow underground. Yeah, there are insects that live underground. What do you know about glowworms? Or mushrooms that emit light, or fish that make their own light, like aquilescence, or no, luminescence. That is the word. Luminescent plants, like say a firefly, for example. Australia has like mushrooms that glow in the dark in their old growth forests.
Well,
Not for long.
Not really seeing how that connects with what we were currently discussing, but thank you for the information. Yeah, it's really a gross negligence on the government bodies and the banks and the industries on all the waste that's going on worldwide. Not just with one thing, but all things. I mean, just imagine whatever trouble you think. Oh well, this is a difficult solution. We need money for this. We need money for that. Well, every single week there's thousands of people cheering at some type of sporting event. Why don't we just stop that for a week?
You see,
the fashion industry is another enemy. The packaging industry and just like everything like that is just throw away. Like even the inks and stuff. Is that really necessary? Really? Like, could we not space out like the ink in between the letters and just make it like really bland looking? Could there be like an online website you could go look up more, something like that? Couldn't we make these kind of changes and innovations like faster because it's so freaking important?
Why don't we
Priorities.
make glass bottles again? If all that is ever made from is sand when you have it on a beach, like the ocean breaks it down rather easily.
Well, yeah, a couple good ideas, a couple good ways to implement some type of positive change, and it's. I personally think it's important for more people to get on this train of thought and start waking up and paying attention.
I got a couple other
beer bottles
into the ether. Silly, maybe it's silly, but like I started thinking about how the throwaway culture of everything, and like you have all these people that like you got to run out and buy like brand new whatever, right? Like now because it's just there's already things out there. There's already so many things out there. Got to say that like every time there's churches and cool organizations and cool things that do cool things. They do good things, and there's like all these people groups getting together doing all kinds of things, and like one thing is important is maybe that's not just reaching out to people but other groups. I want to say that. But so the original a couple of ideas was everybody's buying a weed eater, a lawnmower. What if you had 20, 30 people that shared like 3 or 4 of those in a centralized shed and like I don't know, pay like $40 a year or 20, 30, and maybe somebody can work more on upkeep and then they pay less, or like more like like whatever. Just like organizing the timetable of like sharing it. I don't know. But that's just an idea. I think also bulk buying, like there's a thing called like Groupon, but if you made that more community based, bulk buying like basic needs, like anything from soap, eggs, paper towels, whatever, if you can get truckloads of it and then you're sharing that with people pretty evenly, it's a nonprofit sort of a deal to be community building opportunities in that. The other thing is that you got something like that more along the basis of like littered, scattered throughout these and every so many blocks, or something that you could take all your plastic to and compact it down into a brick, so that like maybe you got a couple bags of it, and then it like compacts, like maybe you got 3 different maybe sections, like plastics type 3, 4, 5 go here, whatever it is, and then but somehow it like makes it into a brick so that you can like basically exchange that brick at different places for or you could use it to like build up a chicken coop. I don't know what the fuck. But like
I think the best
foundation for one or something, but just to keep it all in one place, you got so many little. Also, an company,
a trust fund,
build their products to where that they could break down easily in separable components that are either biodegradable or also then recyclable, and like and sort of incentivize that with the companies and people. Except for people hate that idea about the incentivizing it. I think it's important to incentivize every piece of
a nonprofit charity, and the way the elites get away with it is they can donate like 0.3% to a charity, and they can still keep the rest of the fucking money. That's how corrupt the system is. Now you know why the elites are so fucking rich. But solutions. I can build a house. I can frame a house. I can do stone masonry. I can lay foundations.
All right, when we're ready to build in your area, go occupy some foreclosures and fix them. Donate them to the homeless. Get a work crew together.
That's great. Great idea.
Has anybody ever heard of couchsurfing? The couchsurfing.com?
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
So I was on there for about 10 years or something like that. And there was I went to Memphis with these people and we stayed at a couchsurfing. Like they were actually all couch surfers. One was from Australia and this chick was from Alabama, and my roommate was friends with a guy who was on couch surfing. They met these guys at the bar downtown and brought them back to my house I was at that time in college. And so this chick, she's like run away from home in Alabama. She's like a runaway, right? And so this Australian dude started following, like she's just driving around this car like she's popping up these signs like, "Hey, I need money for gas," and getting her way around like that. And so basically, this dude from Australia who's like plays blues guitar and he sings, and he's hanging out with her. So she talked me into going to Memphis with them from Missouri to because she's like, I want to ditch this guy, and he's like going south, and I'm going that way, but I want to like have an excuse to come back up here. So please go along. And it wasn't like, you know, he just like, I want to have a good excuse, like to like say, all right, see you from Memphis. So I went down to Memphis, and we stayed in this place. It was a former slave house for a plantation. The plantation house burned down at some point 30 or 40 years back. And so it's a pretty big house. And the whole point of the story is to say that talking with them there for a few days, realized that the way that they were living there was through a co-op, or it was like a nonprofit co-op or type of thing. So there was 9 rooms, and each one of the people living there, if they were to live there for 5 years, they would pay off the loan for the house that this nonprofit had bought. And then if they had done that 5 years and stayed there, studied for 5 years, then they would have like a room there permanently for I believe it was like I think it was like 80% off. It was either like 75 or 85, I think, really honestly. That they would, so it would be like, it was like they were like, yeah, we're paying like $500 a month right now, or $450 a month, but after that, a few more years, I'm at that status, and then I'm going to be paying only like $130. And there was some like really low income families there. It was really helping people out. It was really weird. It was kind of a community because there's like one big kitchen. There was a library. They had an interesting thing is they had an underground radio station they were trying to broadcast, like literally broadcast, and they got shut down by the FCC a few times. I thought that was kind of interesting.
You know what? If I had my way, I would make something like the Sausage Castle, but only make it in Ibiza. So like, it'd be like the wildest of wild parties of all of fucking Europe. But I suppose my first idea was rather better to just buy Wilderness and make it into something, because it takes a vision and a dream in order to fabricate. And you have to just really hone yourself upon focusing and doing it. It'd be good to get off the computer for a while, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's me, you, and Neezer talking here. Everyone's just kind of listening in, yeah?
Yeah, if there's anybody listening in that wants to join in, talk up, speak your mind, any topic, whatever you're thinking, going on around you want to share, the link is in the description. Come join in. We are live open mic, streaming to 9 different pages and open to the world.
Yes, Manji, that is correct. It takes skills and tools for that matter. But I have skills and I have tools. Most of which, the only thing I do not have is a log saw. You know what I mean? To cut logs down.
Yeah.
You can get that from Harbor Freight for about $2,400.
Yeah, what is it? Vision, skills, incentives, resources, and a plan. Then you can usually manage
you're gonna have determination to follow it through, because you're gonna be in the rough and ugly for about, I don't know, 8 months, 6 months. So like timing is a key to precision. And you know, when you're doing something, you really want to map it out, like what your plan and grand vision is on paper before you do it. You know, it's like one thing to be ready to go and do it, but it's another thing to be prepared to do it. You know what I mean? So in that sense, like, it depends on how many muscle you have. You know, it's going to take more than a couple of fists to make that plan fall into fruition, so you had better ask your neighbor for a hand.
Which plan is this one? The occupying the foreclosed land, or the
like buying up land and making it into like having houses upon it, and like building some kind of community out of, like, I don't know, 50 acres, something like that. 20 acres would probably do good too. It all depends on how many people like you're trying to do and what you're trying to set up.
I just want to say there's a concept out there called giving up the gold for somebody who's creative. Like artists, it's like the way that like artists have no problem talking about their past work, but like the work that they're working on, like at the moment, they are pretty secretive about typically.
When does some artist ever realize his magnum opus? Does he realize it, or is it someone else that goes like, "Oh, this is some good shit"?
What's the relation between artists and virtue? Because what is it? Montaigne says virtue is the virtuous are usually modest, whereas the non are usually not.
Ben, have you ever heard of something called the glass bead game?
Yes, from you, Austin.
What is it about?
Yes,
connecting artwork, connecting everything, and understanding how everything is connected together, and there's like a grand architect. It's it all that tether everything together, and that's what the glass bead is like. And you go and you build a bead from that, and then you build a bead from math, and then you build a bead from engineering, and then you go down the list and seeing where it all lines up and how it makes sense together. See how it's like a unifying field principle, I would say.
Well, yeah, that concept of human interconnectedness is overlooked in most aspects of life. It's basically not really even used at all. It goes against business. It's not good business to understand you're connected to your fellow man.
Of course it isn't. But that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like when
businessmen have never been known for the kindness.
And I don't share their opinion. I view it like this. Like, yes, I disagree with you, but in a way I can understand, because you're just a reflection of myself on a different side, a different spectrum than me. So therefore, it doesn't irate me or bother me. I'm just indifferent, you know? Ultimately, you will be what you eat, whether that food is wisdom, or that food is ignorance, or that food is sweet, or that food was sour. You understand? What you put in, you will always get out. For humans become that which they think most about.
Montaigne says the beginning of knowledge and the end of, like, the different spectrums both end at stupidity. Something like that. Oh, I forgot. No, it wasn't quite.
The Greek Gnostics say...
But,
you ready for this?
Yeah.
Be in awe of God is the beginning of belief.
That's as far as knowledge goes, and then as far as the sweet and sour, it's seeing a balance.
And Nizer says, stop working for the man and start working for your fellow man.
Now, my father said this to me when I was a boy. He goes, if you work for someone else, then you are their slave. If you work for yourself, then you will be your own slave. If you want to make more money, be the master of what you do, so that no one else can be the master over you. Specialize in what you do, and you will make more money.
I really, really I really, really like this guy, Buckminster Fuller. If you guys, a lot of people probably know about him, or Bucky Fuller, but he's. I didn't know about it until a few years ago, but I really, really like this human being, and he really smart guy, and he had these inventions and ideas, and he got started and got going. But he claims that he wasn't liked because he basically, his idea was he didn't care about money as much. He just wanted to provide something to people. He says that he's deeply moved by the idea that, this is his words in a video, you can watch him say it. He's like that, I just visualized and thought, like, what's the major problem that I can help with? And then he just thought, really a big thing is like not having enough money, not having enough whatever, and it stresses people out. It causes stress on the mom or something, and the mom is like stressed out and it reaches over, it hits the child, and then the child's injured, and he's like, this is all terribly wrong, so like, how can I help out? So he designed a house that was 50 times cheaper than the average house. He designed a house that was 200 times cheaper than the average house being made. It was like all this durable actually and resistant to things, and but it was like he just wanted to help, and it was so contrary to the current of business world that he claims that he was very much worked against for that. He also worked he was invited, being the smart intellectual scientist that he was invited to work in a Navy thing called like the World Game. It was like a top secret Navy program. And you know what he did? Like, he was the one, he like himself, like, was actually the one that helped them and develop this actual map of the Earth and its actual square miles perfectly. It's all that cut up map. That's like, he designed that. And in that world, I don't know what it's called, if it's called the World Game or something like that.
Cartographer is a map maker.
But yeah, it was a new type of map though. It literally shows every square mile of resources, so that, because that's what the secret Navy thing was all about, was actually realizing the finite resources and trying to map every bit of it out and know exactly what there is. And like back in the 1930s, he exposed that. He thought it was a good idea to expose that. He was overwhelmed by the idea, and he just thought it was such a great idea to think like that, and he wanted to expose it to the world. It was probably a bad idea. Like, I don't know how he got away with that, exposing a top secret program and still being around, but he did. But anyway, I like that. I think it would be cool if you could take like the idea that everybody's like proprietary, and just try to like reverse that, like Elon Musk almost did. Like, that would be cool to like totally go against that. It's like, no, let's work together to make I don't know. It's hard. It's
what do they call that?
Really
Open
to push
source.
the science forward, to push the thing forward. It seems like it would make sense for all, like, everybody working together. Like, really, like, let's say you wanted to explore space, wouldn't it be better? I don't know. Competition's
step out
good
and
too.
smoke real quick.
I'm about to go leave in a minute.
Well, we have been streaming for about 4.5 hours now. So we're going to go our separate ways into our own universal flow for the time being. And I could say goodnight to everybody and stop the stream. Unless somebody has a topic they want to discuss. All right. Well, thank you again. Thank you, everybody. And remember, if you're listening out there, just click the link to join in the talk. Open mic. For one, for all. Organic communication is still alive. Let's keep it that way.
Cheers, Misa. Thanks all. It's been a good talk.